And welcome down here, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vale Petch Activity Centre here in Torrington, Wyoming. I'm Jamie Lambert. I'm going to be your lead commentator for tonight, and it is my pleasure to bring this series of games to you here tonight between the EWC Lancers and the visiting Northwest Trappers. Well, what's on the schedule for tonight then? Well, we've got two teams. Certainly in this first game, the EWC Lady Lancers going up against the Lady Trappers. It's going to be an interesting game to watch. It's one in which, statistically, Northwest do eke out in terms of advantage against the Lady Lancers. But looking at the records, the Lady Lancers currently 4 and 4 at home, and winning 4 games out of 8 at home so far this year, whereas the Trappers winning 4 out of 7 games away from home. So it's going to be an interesting matchup tonight. We've got two teams that are both used to winning in their respective positions, but then also looking at the stats, certainly for the conference play statistics, well, this is where it kind of takes over in favour of the Trappers. The Lady Trappers making 45% from the field in comparison to the Lady Lancers 33, and that is going to be a big point of the game so far tonight. It'll be interesting to see whether the Lady Lancers can bounce back after their disappointing loss 63-43 at Casper College, but nevertheless we are interested to see how that's going to go. And then in terms of free point percentage, the Lady Trappers coming in at 31.2% and the Lady Lancers coming in at 27.4% in the conference play. Total rebounds then, and this is somewhere where I think Coach Larson has stated the fact he would want to see more out of his team, certainly from the conference play standpoint. Currently sitting at 36 rebounds a game, but that does also match that of the Lady Trappers, who also sit at 36.8 on average. How about from the line then? From the line from both teams, it is lots of the same story. For the Lady Trappers, it is 68.1%. And for the Lady Lancers, it is 67.1%. And this is, as I said, it's going to be a very promising matchup for you here tonight. And we are looking forward to bringing you this game, as we are going to go through the rosters now for you. And we're going to get started out with the visiting Northwest College Lady Trappers. So starting off, number 1 and starter, Emma Piquet. Number 2, Faith Stauffer. Number 3, Elise Swan. Number 4, Canyon Britt. Number 5, Madison Kaufman. Number 10 and starter, Addison Hickey. Number 11 and starter, Isabella Williams. Number 12 and starter is Jalen Childress. Number 13, Ava Post. Number 15, Fallon Milliken. Number 20, Maddie Mills. Number 21, Sage Kidd. Number 22, Itzia Posas. Number 23 and starter, McKinley Kovalo. And rounding out for the Lady Trappers is number 30, Taylor Carlson. Head coach is Cody Hellenbolt. And the student manager is Paige Thomas. And now for the hometown Lady Lancers. Starting off with number 0 from Torrington, Wyoming, Olive Osmera. Number 1 from Aurora, Colorado, Zani Davis. Number 2 and starter from London, England, Ria Saga. Number 4 from Levin, New Zealand, Taisha Tenera. Number 5 from Houston, Texas and starter, Madison Bush Lewis. Number 10 from Denver, Colorado, Morgan Williams. Number 11 and starter from Limerick, Ireland, Lucy Devoy. Number 12 from Taronga, Spain and starter, Ariadna Martinez. Number 13 from Las Cruces, New Mexico, Lorena Villarreal. Number 14 from Denver, Colorado, Alexandria Mims. Number 21 and starter from Madrid, Spain, Yaitha Paredes. Number 22 from Casper, Wyoming, Casey Parks. Number 24 from Salt Lake City, Utah, Ashlyn Tripp. And number 25 from League City, Texas, Shamari Smith. 2 noticeable inactives tonight for the Lady Lancers are number 24, Ashlyn Tripp, still having that injury to her. I believe it was to her knee. She's still out. And obviously number 0, Olive Osmerer. She has just come off of a foot surgery, which I believe that she had Thursday. And maybe by my side is Coach George Hamilton, and maybe you can give me a little bit more insight on Olive's surgery.
Yeah, they found a kind of a cyst that had started to grow around a nerve and everything, causing a lot of pain. And so they went in to take out the cyst and try to relieve that nerve pain. And they expect her to be back within about 3 weeks and everything. So unfortunately, it's kind of a big loss for the Lady Lancers basketball team and everything, because that'll just barely put her back right at the very end of the season.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one to see actually where the Lady Lancers sit in that position come the end of the season. I mean, you're looking at the record right now, and it's not looking pretty for the Lancers so far in the conference. They're 1-4, and certainly looking at the games, I don't think that they've necessarily shown that they're a 1-4 team in the conference. But just kind of run me through, what do the Lady Lancers really have to do differently to make sure that they get themselves into a good position come the end of the season?
Yeah, the biggest thing for them is to come with that intensity. You see them bring it some nights, and other nights you don't really see it as much. And so I know something that Coach Larson's really been, harping with them and everything is to bring that intensity, play at that fast pace and everything. And because they're a better team when they play at that faster pace and everything. So when they put that together, I think they'll be ready to go. This is a game that, they felt like it slipped away from them on the road, and that, but like I say, in this conference and that there's such parity and everything, you have to win at home and then try to steal a few on the road is usually the plan. So this will be a big game. If they want to have a chance to make the regional tournament, they really have to really fight hard for this here game.
And we will tune out right now for the announcements coming in from Athletic Director and men's basketball head coach Bill Engel.
Eastern Wyoming College, thanks you for your support and cooperation. As we honor our country, let's never forget the brave men and women that have the courage of serving our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to the wall head gift for the playing of the national anthem. And now, starting lineups. First to the Trappers. Number 1, on guard, Emma Pete. Number 10, on guard, Addison Hickey. Also on guard, number 11, Isabel Williams. And out of guard, number 12, Jayla Childers. And out of forward, number 23, McKinley Colo. Trappers, coached by Mr. Cody Turnbull. Naz Bush Lewis. Starting in the guard, a sophomore from number 11, Luce DeMore. Starting in forward, sophomore from Terranova, Spain, number 12, Mariana Martinez. The sophomore, number 21, from Madrid, Spain, Yaya Redmond.
You know, like I say, so instead of always settling for a 3 or that, you know, if they start knocking down those 2, it'll suck the defense in a little bit. That will open it up more for the 3-point shot.
Well, maybe a little bit of a vengeance game then for the Northwest Trappers, as we are going to get ready to tip off here. It's going to be Ariadna Martinez up against Isabel Williams, and Williams does come out the victor of that tip off, and it's a nice high intensity start there to get the ball out of play there from Paredes. It will be number 11 Isabella Williams on that far side to bring it back in. They find Williams again, trying to get it handed off to PK there, and no good. Stolen away there by number 12 Ariadna Martinez. Paredes then looking to start something up for the Lancers. And deflected out there off of Addison Hickey. And a pretty similar start for both teams, offensively and defensively, trying to get the ball out. Devoy trying to find it inside for Martinez. Martinez trying to force her way to the hoop. No good, and stolen away there by number 12, Jayla Childress. Now the Northwest Trappers trying to look for a way forward. It's going to be Williams trying to find 23, Covolo. She draws in the foul there by number 11 of Lucy Devoy. It's going to be the first foul of the evening. The first trip to the line, as I said earlier in our pre-match show, they were 67% from that free throw line, and they make the and one attempt there and takes them to a 3-point lead early on. And the layup there coming in there by Yaitha Paredes.
Again, that's the type of thing that Coach Larson's been working on. You know, if they're try to get them before they can set up their defense and everything, you know, because they have the speed and the people that can drive the ball.
Oh, and it's a great putback layup there by Williams. Just managing to find a slot through the defense there, and a bit of an astray pass from Bush Lewis, trying to find Yaitha Paredes on the near side, and it's no good, and it's going to be perhaps an unnecessary turnover for the Lady Lancers so far, and it's a chance for the Lady Trappers to find a way through and to get an even bigger lead very early on in this first quarter.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate with that pass because they had a girl wide open that probably would have led to another layup had they made a good pass on that one.
And it's very evident to see that Northwest are very up for this high press, but they pass there by Martinez, finding Saga and getting in for an easy layup in the end. And that's the danger of the high press there, Coach. I mean, it's going to be something that I imagine Northwest play a lot of their game through, is that high press, but you know, it leaves you exposed in instances like that where Saga was able to have an easy layup, and there just Martinez not quite being able to get the ball into her hands quite as securely as she would hope, and she got called against for a travel. It's going to be Northwest here. A bit of an overload going on. Williams makes the easy 2. It's going to be 10 points to the Lancers. It shows as 2, but I'm fairly sure it is to the Lancers points of 4. It is indeed. Well, Coach, it's already been an energetic start to this game, but for the Lady Lancers, I mean, within 2.5 minutes, they've managed to fall to a 6-point lead for the Lady Trappers, and it's just been so far, the Lady Trappers just looking like they've been a little bit more up for it.
Yeah, their pressure with the is just getting to the Lancers right now. The Lancers need to settle down and remember that you beat the press by passing the ball, and if they start going in and out and everything like that, they can start doing, which I'm sure Coach Larson's telling them to do, it'll lead to those open layups like they've had.
Well, Kovalo there making another layup, having another round one attempt, and successfully making that attempt as well. So it's going to spread out that lead to an extra 3 points, making that a 9-point lead for the Lady Trappers now. The Lancers just need to be careful, making sure they don't get this lead too far beyond their reach. Bush Lewis tries to find Saga for 3. No good. Martinez with the rebound. Going to get the putback layup, and that is a good finish there by Martinez, just to stop the momentarily bleeding.
Right, that was an important possession for them. They needed to score that time.
Williams there just finding the bucket, and it seems like Northwest right now cannot miss.
Yeah, Williams has come out with the hot hand and everything, so she's one that they're going to have to mark up a little bit tighter on.
Substitution there coming in from Coach Larson early on. It's going to be number 2, Rhea Saga, out for number 1, Zani Davis. So it's going to be interesting to see how Davis can really impact this game now. Yaita Paredes passing it off to Devoy. Fadeaway 2, no good. Rebounded there by Covolo.
Again, that's that short corner shot that they've been working on in practice and everything. And, you know, like I say, it's going to be important with the zone that they're setting up and everything. That's going to be an area that's open for the shot.
And it's going to be another substitution here by Coach Larson. Number 11, Lucy Devoy, coming out for number 13, Lorena Villarreal. So looking for a little bit of physicality through Villarreal as one of her main assets of her game. Bush Lewis then looking for a way through. Bush Lewis going to go for the 2, no good. Yeah, it's going to be a jump ball. One there by Yaita Paredes. It is still going to go the way of Northwest.
Again, that's great hustle to the ball and everything that the Lancers need.
And Bush Lewis there stealing it away, finding the pass out to Davis. It's going to be Paredes for 3. Not quite getting it to fall. Rebounded by number 10, Hickey. And a chance maybe for the Lady Trappers to try and do something. It's going to be an unfortunate one, that one, Coach. I mean, that's 2 possessions in a row where maybe the Lancers will be brewing over the fact they haven't been able to get those extra points to kind of eat into the Lady Trappers lead. So how are they going to try and, you know, recoup and make sure that they don't make this lead even bigger?
Yeah, their big thing right now is they got to get the defense going and everything. There's those saying defense leads to offense, and they really need to start moving their feet. And remember, defense comes with your feet, not with your hands. And when you start playing defense with your hands, you get into trouble.
It's going to be number 25, Shamari Smith, coming in for number 12, Ariadna Martinez. And Martinez and Coach Larson making their feelings known on that call. And it did certainly look to me as though that neither of the 2 blockers there, one of either Yaita Paredes or Ariadna Martinez, was really impeding on her space, but they are much closer to the action than we are, and they will obviously stick with their call. Both free throws there being made by Kovalo. That will take her to 4 from 4 already, with only 5 minutes gone from the line, and given away there by Zani Davis, and a chance for the Lady Trappers to come forward. Looking at Williams then for 3, no good. Rebounded, or certainly pushed away by number 25, Shamari Smith. Timeout here being called by Coach Larson. And Coach, I feel like that was much needed. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, it's certainly not pretty for the Lady Lancers right now.
Right, yeah, they got to settle down. I mean, they've had some open shots, and you know, unfortunately, in this league, you got to make those open shots because this league's a good shooting league, and that. So it's just a matter of them settling down. I think sometimes just the pressure and knowing that it's a bit, you got to win the game and everything makes you kind of rush your shots just a little bit. So it's just take a deep breath, relax, and just get back to playing your game.
And the one of the things that will be a little bit worrying for the Lady Lancers is looking how Northwest have reacted almost to them losing a against... Oh, no, sorry. I got myself muddled up. It wasn't an EWC win at Northwest. It was, in fact, a Northwest victory. I remember I was looking at the Northwest website, not the EWC website.
Right.
So it was a Northwest win by 20 points. And, you know, the one thing that you will say with that is looking through all of their in their last 6 games, they've won 5 of them. And there's not really one game here that's looking like they only just won that game. All of those wins have been pretty convincing, and actually the only close game was in fact the one that they lost against Gillette, where they lost 78-73. So for the Lady Lancers, is that going to be something of concern, the fact that they've already taken an 11-point lead with only 5 minutes gone, and they're already, you know, and certainly with how those games have been for the Lady Trappers so far this season, they seem to really capitalise on that.
Yeah, the importance on this game is, since both teams are wanting to put a lot of pressure on, is which team can get the turnovers and everything. And right now, the Lancers have beat themselves by turning the ball over as many times as what they have. I mean, they've had wide open people just miss the pass, and you know, and the Trappers have taken advantage of that. So now it's important that they, you know, really take care of the ball. Again, right there is another arrogant pass where they turned the ball over, where, you know, they got to learn not to force the ball to the different spots, and people got to move to help out each other.
And the travel there being called on number 23, Covelo. It certainly looked like it was going to become a little bit of a messy possession there for the Northwest Trappers, but there is going to be a substitution for Northwest. It's going to be number 22, Itzia Posas, coming in for number 10, Addison Hickey. And I can see there number 11, Isabella Williams, has also come off.
And number 12 came in for her.
Number 12, Jayla Childress. So one of the starters back into the action here. Oh, Zani Davis there, wide open look for 3, handed it off to Bush Lewis, who ended up missing that 2.
Great hustle there by Williams to get the rebound.
Zani Davis trying to get it to fall, no good, and the foul there. I think that's going to be called on, it's ended up being called there on number 1, Emma Piquet. And here we've got Ria Saga, number 2, coming back into the game for number 1, Zani Davis. And I mean, certainly so far it's been a little bit messy any time that the Lancers have had the ball. And there, I mean, Shamari Smith not being able to make that first free throw, and those are going to be the points that really you want to be making throughout the entirety of these games.
Right, that's why it's called a free throw, because it's the one thing that you can control in the game and everything. And again, she missed the second one, and
there the decision going against the Lady Lancers. So it is going to be a few possessions there for the Lady Lancers where they just haven't quite been able to capitalise on some either open shots or open looks. I mean, I reference back to the one there of Davis. She was kind of, she had just no one around her. Everyone was kind of around the paint, and you know, you think there that even if you're not a great 3-point shooter, just have a go. Especially having an open look, you can take your time with it. Covelo there just missing up that layup, and is going to be Paradis to rebound.
Williams and that is doing a great job underneath the basket, rebounding and putting up a lot of pressure underneath and that. So even though she may have missed those free throws, she had 2 offensive rebounds last possession, and like I say, I think she's been doing a great job underneath the basket.
And Shamari Smith there just having a foul called against her. It's going to be number 11, Lucy Devoy, then back into the court for the Lady Lancers, as well as both of number 10, Addison Hickey, and number 11, Isabella Williams, are also back in. Coming out for the Lady Trappers are number 23, McKinley Covelo, and number 1, Emma Piquet. The foul there coming in on, I believe that's going to be against, I couldn't quite see it. I think that's ended up being given on number 13, Lorena Villarreal. It has indeed. Alexandria Mims then coming into the fray for the Lady Lancers. Shamari Smith being taken out of the game. And again, it's just been a little bit messy here for the Lancers so far. It's just been certain things haven't fallen their way, and then for the Lady Trappers, it's also been falling their way.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see exactly what the shooting percentage is, but I know the Trappers are shooting a really high percentage and everything, and the Lancers and that just have not been making their open shots, and the big key is for them to just kind of settle down and start nailing those open shots.
Yeah, they certainly haven't been as efficient, have they, from field goal percentage. And even, you know, you look at instances like that, you know, the Lady Lancers had Mims underneath the hoop for a good 5, maybe 8 seconds, and they just found her almost that 3 seconds too late. And just not really capitalising here on some early possessions, as the Trappers just keep making stuff fall. It's number 5, Madison Kaufman, for 3. It's been a fantastic watch if you're a Lady Trappers fan at the moment. It is 6-22 in favour of the Northwest Trappers. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Coach Hamilton, and say I don't think that Coach Larson's going to be very happy with his Lady Lancers so far.
Yeah, you can see it on his face and everything that, you know, that he's just not getting the ball movement or the defensive intensity that he really wants yet. And so it's going to be important, you know, since the Trappers are going to push this pace, it's going to make it so that, you know, this is still a very capable game for them to come back on.
And another one being made there for the Lady Trappers, number 12, Jayla Childress this time. I mean, right now we're looking at a 19-point lead for the Lady Trappers, and this is probably one of the biggest that we've seen so far this season here at the Velpetch Activity Centre. There's a wide open look here for Villarreal, need it to drop, and it just doesn't. Rebounded there by Kaufman, and it's going to be a chance for the Lady Trappers to come forwards. Williams inside, gets it to fall. Addison Hickey.
Yeah, great pass by Williams. Again, it's up to the Lancers, and you know, like I say, when they're trapping and everything, there's going to be somebody open. You got to get movement going, and they just need some good movement in there and start nailing open shots like that shot.
And Devoy for the 3, makes it go. The rebound there coming in from Alexandra Mims. The attempt there looks quite interesting from Childress. Just decided to go from mid-range in the 2. Didn't look like a very good idea though. She had a little bit of an avenue to kind of run into, and it looked like she could have maybe even gone for an easy layup and put another 2 points on the board, but decided to stand it up. And it's going to be Zani Davis then to come forward for the Lancers, and 26 seconds left on the clock for the Lancers to try and get something else out of this first quarter. Rebounded there by Paredes, put it back up for the layup, and the Lancers break double digits in this first quarter to limit the damage. Still 11-27, 16-point deficit in favour of the Lady Trappers. There's 3 seconds left on the clock. The 3-pointer's away and just didn't quite fall for the Lady Trappers. And I mean, it's not very often that we've said that so far in this game. So after that first quarter, then it is 11-27 in favour of the Lady Trappers, and a 16-point deficit for the Lancers to overcome.
Yeah, this is important. Going to be next 3 minutes, I think, is going to be real important for the Lancers. They got to really come out with that defensive intensity, really get the ball moving and everything. Find the people in that short corner. If you have that open shot, they need to nail it. And when they're collapsing onto that short quarter, have that cutter that's coming through, and that, you know, look for them, because either you're going to have the open shot there or the cutter's going to be open when they're in that 1-3-1 zone that they've been going back into for a big part of that first quarter. And so it's just a matter of them realizing that. I mean, it's real important that the posts and everything, instead of being on the block, they got to go down to that short corner to open things up. And when they do that, they'll make a lot more open shots available for them.
Right, 11:27 then, as we look to get this next quarter underway. And this, as we mentioned, this is going to be a very important quarter for the Lady Lancers. And you'd like to think that really Coach Larson's really going to be saying to his girls, look, if we can get this back to a single-figure deficit, we'll be happy.
Right. I think that's the main goal is, get it into single digits and
get that deficit into single digits and come back into the second half and hopefully make their stamp on the game. It's going to be out there off of the Lady Lancers. Turnover, and it's going to be Northwest Lady Trapper ball.
But that was a great job attacking the zone, getting the different creases and everything. Unfortunately, just didn't handle that pass.
The Trappers trying to look for a way and just tipped that pass there by Paredes. Williams looking for a way through, tipped pass again, and Mims gets the ball. And there's a little bit more of intensity that we like to see from the Lady Lancers. Travel there being called against Ria Saga that time, and she certainly looked like she had a lot of momentum trying to go the other way when she was stopping. And it's going to be Lady Trappers then to come forward with Childress. Childress now looking in the way of PK. PK going to go inside for Hickey. Hickey kicking it all the way back out. Now Childress. And the foul being given against
3-second calls being called on number 23.
Yeah, it certainly looked like she spent a lot of time in the paint there, and that is what the violation was. Paredes going to hand it off to Devoy then. Devoy looking for Paredes again. Paredes trying to look for Mims, no good, but able to get the ball. Does she? No, she's not. It's going to be Williams now to bring it forward for the Trappers. Now PK. PK looking for a way through. Williams for two, doesn't make it drop, and it's going to be Saga with the rebound for the Lady Lancers. Saga now looking for a way forwards, finding Devoy. Devoy going over to Davis. Davis now back to Devoy. Now all the way back to Saga, starting off from where they started. Paredes going to Davis. Saga for three. Great ball movement and makes the three drop. Ria Saga.
That was great patience on offense and everything, and they just got to remember, they're in a zone, just got to keep it ball moving and everything till you get the open shot.
And an immediate response there by the Lady Trappers, responding with a three of their own through Isabella Williams. Paredes then going to kick it all the way out to Saga for another three-point attempt. No good. Too long on that attempt. Looking for a way through, and Paredes there just getting a little bit too physical for the referee's liking. Lucy Devoy then is going to be taken out of the game in favour of number 5, Madison Bush-Lewis. Childress then. Williams back to Childress. Now to Williams for three. Is good. Makes it drop.
She can't miss today.
It has been fantastic showing from the Lady Trappers so far. Ria Saga looking for a way forward, not able to find Mims there, covered up really well. Saga for three, makes it drop and responds with a three of her own. And all of a sudden the Lady Lancers look like they have a little bit more life in them.
Right, and it's real important that they have to match points and everything and get some stops, and just like I say, it's just one basket at a time coming back.
Bush-Lewis now handing it off to Sani Davis. Davis looking for a way through. He's going to kick it all the way. Oh, it's a lazy pass there by Davis. Intercepted there by PK. And the layup no good. Bush-Lewis now going to have a chance to reset. Bush-Lewis going to go over to Saga. Saga now to Paredes. Paredes back to Bush-Lewis. Bush-Lewis hesitant, going to Paredes. Draws in the foul. Coming in from number 11, Isabella Williams. And breathe. That was one of the things, actually. I was looking over at Coach Larson when they were driving forwards on that second attempt there, and he was questioning what Bush Lewis was really doing. I think Bush Lewis herself looked a little bit hesitant, and even when you looked at when they were getting towards the D and trying to move the ball around, she still looked a little bit hesitant as to what she wanted to do.
Yeah, like I say, it's real important that they, wait. Sometimes you have to be patient and everything, because when they're in a zone and everything, because if you set a good screen and everything and get an overload, you can easily get mismatches or openings there, and so it's just a matter of being patient sometimes instead of trying to rush things.
So Kaufman into the game for Childress for the Lady Trappers, and it's going to be a... Is it going to be a jump ball? It is indeed, and it is going to be going still the way of the Lady Trappers. So they will still retain possession. It's going to be Posas then for the Lady Trappers to start something out. Goes all the way to PK, fakes the handoff. Hickey looking for an option, goes to PK. PK looking for a way through, Hickey now gets it to Posas for 3. No good. Rebounded there by Bush Lewis, and the chance for the Lady Lancers to come forward. Bush Lewis now handing it off to Rhea Saga. Saga to Davis. Davis now looking for an option. Goes to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis going all the way to Rhea Saga on the other side. Mims tipped pass there by McKinley Covelo. And it's going to be a chance for the Lady Lancers to reset on the baseline. Bush Lewis then looks towards Paredes. Paredes goes for the 3. No good, just a little bit short. PK's the one to rebound it then for the Lady Trappers. What are they going to do going forward? Hickey looking for Kaufman for 3. No good. No one on the rebound. Kaufman rebounding her own miss, but then missing the layup. And a chance now for Zani Davis. Zani Davis looking for a way through. Now it's going to be Paredes to Saga. Goes to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis trying to drive inside, and stolen away there by Hickey. Kaufman gives the option for Hickey. Kaufman, now Hickey for 3. No good. And all of a sudden the shooting efficiency looks like it's dropped off a little bit for Northwest for the moment. Bush Lewis looking to take her marker on, and successfully draws in the foul there. So the foul against Itziar Posas. Whole bunch of changes for the Lady Lancers. It's going to be number 2, Rhea Saga, number 21, Yartha Paredes, number 14, Alexandria Mims. Coming out of the game in favour of number 13, Lorena Villarreal, number 11, Lucy Devoy, and number 25, Shamari Smith. Bush Lewis now going to Devoy. Back out to Bush Lewis. Now Villarreal. Villarreal going to Davis. Davis faking the 3. Davis going to drive inside for the 2. No good. Rebounded there by number 5, Kaufman. Kaufman going up the other end now for the Lady Trappers. Kaufman going for the layup. Denied, but also given a foul against number 1, Zani Davis. And a timeout now. It's going to be a media timeout, so I mean, Coach, looking at the way that this second period has gone, how would you describe what has happened so far?
Well, luckily for the Lancers, the Trappers have cooled off a little bit at that shooting more of a percentage that most teams would shoot and everything. So now it's just a matter of the Lancers starting to hit their open shots and that. They're starting to hit a few of those open threes and everything, but they need to really get their defensive intensity up and going and fight hard a lot more for rebounds. And they can't have the defensive mishaps like they had that time with that 1 3-point shot. Everybody just stood around, and the smallest person on the court comes around, gets the rebound, and has a layup, and immediately you saw Coach Larson go to the bench and a couple players coming in because they got to find somebody to box out. So it's just a matter of, I like to say, sometimes you just got to get back to the basics. You got to box out. You got to be moving and everything. People don't realize that. Like they say, Michael Jordan, he was the hardest worker away from the ball in the game and everything. That's why he was so good, is you got to work hard when you don't have the ball and everything. That makes your offense so much better.
During that little media time out there, I think there was a little bit of a mishap with the music, and I think Coach Engel was showing his displeasure with someone's phone. I don't know whether it was his own or quite what. So we're going to restart this then with 2 trips to the line for number 5, Madison Kaufman. And is good on that first attempt, the 5'7" sophomore out of Casper, Wyoming. And there's been quite a theme here, certainly with a lot of athletes that I see, or a lot of teams that I see here or coming here, is the fact we see a lot of athletes coming out of Casper. You obviously have Casey Parks out of Casper, Wyoming on the Lady Lancers teams, but you also have Josh Lane on the golf team. You also have Bailey Watson on the women's golf team. Casper, Wyoming, clearly the town for some bright athletes.
Yeah, well, say that 50,000 people there compared to the 6,000 here, makes that big difference in everything. When you have more people that kind of push you that you have to compete against, it helps you become a lot better athlete in the long run.
It's going to be number 22, Posas for the 3, and the putback layup. Wasn't quite able to see who got that, but it's going to be Davis all the way over to Villarreal now. Bush Lewis looking for an option for the Lady Lancers.
Yeah.
Finds Davis.
22 came up limping, so they need to try to find a way to open up.
Davis for 3, no good. And again, it's just those instances where they've got the open shot, and it just almost seems like they rush it. They rush that shot a little bit, and we've had, I think, a couple go long. But mainly they've gone short more than anything, and it's going to be the rebound there coming in by Milliken. She makes the second attempt drop. Villarreal looking for away. Villarreal going to Devoy. Devoy back out to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis. I think called there a double dribble on Bush Lewis. And it's going to add to the tally of turnovers for the Lady Lancers so far. And in this second quarter so far, only 8 points again on the board compared to the Lady Trappers, who, to be fair, in their own right, have only got 11 so far. But nevertheless, it does mean that they are a fair ways in front. 19 points to be exact. Foul there being called against number 15, Fallon Milliken. As the Lancers look to get this game started for themselves. 3 minutes out from half. Bush Lewis is going to go for the 3. No good, just making it.
Again, wide open shot that they need and everything, especially when you're down 19 points and that. So this next 2.5 minutes will be crucial in that for the Lancers to, dip into this lead a little bit and to try to get some confidence and get some momentum going.
This lead is already a pretty extensive one at that, but they make those 2 open attempts, and that's a nice fadeaway there. Fadeaway for number 15, Fallon Milliken. But you look at the 2 attempts that you had there, and obviously before that 2 point, it would have put the lead back to 13. And yes, that's still a big lead, but it gives the the look of, okay, we're eating away at this lead. And a good move there by Yaita Paredes to convert the 2 and to make this once again a 19-point game. Kaufman for the Lady Trappers. Kaufman going to hand it off to Carlson. Carlson looking the way of Childress. Childress going all the way across court or looking for PK. Villarreal tips it out. So I'm going to come in here then for number 30, Taylor Carlson. In comes number 3, Elise Swan. I want to say as well, I was speaking to someone just before the game. I'm pretty sure that Elise Swan's brother actually played basketball here at EWC, so it's going to be an interesting one to see if we can see anything out of number 3, Elise Swan. going to be Villarreal now. Saga, Bush Lewis kicking it out to Villarreal for 3. No good. Rebounded by Paredes. Lancers still in possession. And it's going to be the foul there given against number 1, Emma Piquet.
Yeah, she was definitely getting a little handsy there, especially when Bush Lewis started to go by her. She gave her a good push to the side.
Number 23, Kovalo, and number 10, Hickey are back into the game for number 1, PK, and number 15, Milliken. Villarreal handing it off to Saga. Villarreal again, going all the way over to Devoy. Now Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis looking for an option. Going to Villarreal. Villarreal needs to do something with it, but rushed it. Intercepted there by McKinley. Kovalo. And the Trappers going to come forward again. Kaufman finding Kovalo in the paint. Childress. Childress up against Paredes. It's going to be Swan. Now Kaufman for 3. Makes it drop. And just not quite being able to get out to the Lady Trappers as fast as I think Coach Larson would have certainly wanted. Bush Lewis being told to wait. Being told to now go for it by Coach Larson with 5 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be Bush Lewis for 3. No good. And they needed that one to drop before half time. Well. We have a game on our hands, and I don't think it's really the way that we would have wanted it to go, Coach Hamilton. It looks like the Lady Lancers going to be going into the break with a 22-point deficit to the hands of the Lady Trappers. So join us in a little bit when we come back from this advertisement break to give you some halftime analysis.
Charging into your future as a Lancer is about meaningful relationships, learning at the crossroads of history and innovation, championing one another's success, and empowering every student to achieve their dreams. We are a community that knows one another by name, offers the quality education needed to get the most out of life, and the friendships that support us throughout the journey. We hold tight to a legacy of pioneering, knowing that by honoring our values, we can charge into our futures together and become the purpose-minded people that change the world. Becoming a Lancer is about more than academics. It's about discovering your passion and feeling at home.
Hi, my name is Bowden Leadle. I'm a sophomore at Eastern Wyoming College, majoring in pre-health sciences. I want to invite you to Eastern Wyoming College for your continued education. We have small class sizes, a family-friendly environment, and we are affordable while offering many scholarships. EWC offers so many program and career certificates, so we're sure there's something for you. Check us out online at ewc.wyo.edu or call us at 307-532-8230. Charge into your future with us at Eastern Wyoming College. Lancer up.
Wyoming, where hard-working hands build incredible things.
Built this thing from the ground up out of nothing. Gave it everything. Now look at what it's given back.
We know you put your heart into your business because that's what Wyomingites do. As a local bank, we put our hearts into helping you because we're not just a bank in Wyoming. We're Wyoming in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the halftime analysis. And, wow, Coach Hamilton, it's been an interesting half to say the least. And I don't think we mean that in a particularly good way for the Lancers. Only scoring 11 points in the first quarter, then 10 in the second quarter. But nevertheless, it's ended up being a 43-21 lead for the Lady Trappers going into this second half. You know, the Lady Trappers, 40% from the field, 46% from three-point range, and obviously 87% from the free throw line. Marry that up with the EWC percentages of 32% from the field, 23% from a three-point range, and 50% from the line.
Right, and the other big thing that really stands out is the turnovers and everything. So the second half on that, the Lancers have to just kind of slowly eat into the lead. They can't think that we got to get it all at once and everything, and they got to find ways to hit those open shots that they've been missing and everything, and then, you know, make sure they get the defensive intensity. Don't give them open shots, and that, because they've already shown that they get the open shots, they're going to make them more times than miss.
Now, I am also looking at the points as well for the players so far, and I don't necessarily understand how this works, so you might have to forgive me, but, you know, you look at NWC, and there are more double figures than I can shake a stick at. There is double figures for the Lady Lancers, but it's all in the negatives. You look at, you know, the likes of Bush Lewis, currently negative 24. Number 11, Lucy Devoy, is negative 22. Whereas you've got, on the flip side, you've got number 10, Addison Hickey for Northwest, who is at 19. And you've got number 12, Jayla Childress, who's at 17. So just kind of run us through very quickly. What exactly does that mean?
It's a plus and minus of points allowed when they're on the court and everything. So if they're a bigger number and everything, that means that the other team is scoring a lot more points than what the team is scoring during that time frame.
And, you know, I mean, but that's consistent with a lot of the EWC girls, certainly right now. And what do the Lancers have to do to get themselves out of this slump? You know, they're 22 points down going into this second half. Not trying to be pessimistic, but you are coming up against a team who, throughout the entirety of this season so far, they've averaged 79 points, whereas, you know, you as a team yourself have averaged 63 points. What are the Lady Lancers going to be thinking going into this without being too defeatist and going, we've probably already lost this game?
Yeah, the most important thing, like I say, is they got to get the defensive intensity going. Because, you know, Northwest likes to put on the pressure and that, so that's going to automatically get the fast-paced game going and everything, and they just got to make sure they take care of the ball, cause turnovers, and slowly just eat into the lead and everything. And most important thing is they cannot give up easy shots to them and everything. When you're trying to come back, you have to have good, solid defense. You got to start hitting your open shots, and sometimes you just need a little luck of the other team just not making them and everything, and that comes usually by the defensive intensity and everything. You got to get a hand in the face, and that make it hard for them to shoot. But at the same time, they've made some fadeaway shots and some of those really hard shots early on, and those are, I mean, they had good defense. So sometimes, even if you have good defense, they're still going to score. But the most important thing is you got to get after it, put some good, solid defensive pressure on them, and make them earn their points.
And it's been an interesting watch so far in terms of how the Lady Lancers are really going to respond and how they have responded so far. And certainly coming out of the the break at the first quarter, they looked more up for it. They looked like they were going to take the fight a little bit more to Northwest. That quickly kind of faded out. They did end up slowing down a little bit, but when you're going up against a team who has put up consistently the right kind of numbers, you know, you look at the first period, Northwest was shooting 47% from the field, 50% from threes, 100% from the line, and then they pretty much, you know, they definitely eased off a little bit in that second period, only 33% from the field and 43% from threes. But when you're going up against a team that's going to consistently put points up against you like that, and especially the one thing you've got to remember as well, those threes came in a very short amount of time. They had about 3 threes all drop within about 3 minutes of possessions. You've got to think, at that point, what do the Lady Lancers really need to be doing to stop themselves from almost falling culprit to those little runs that they seem to go on? That's kind of been a key theme so far this year amongst all of the Lady Lancer games, has been that they keep faltering at certain periods of the game. And, this is stuff that in post-match interviews I've spoken to Coach Larson about, and he says the fact that they just seem to switch off for a certain amount of time. But against the likes of Northwest, they've got a very impressive record as it is right now. On the season they're 17-7. In the conference they're 5-1. They've come to play for the conference. They have come with a purpose of trying to absolutely blow the opposition away. And so far, it would be hard to say they haven't done that with the Lancers.
Right, yeah. Like I say, they've done a great job offensively and everything and putting a lot of pressure on them, which, when you're up against a team that's going to run and everything like that, sometimes it's hard to remember to take that split second longer to set your feet and stuff like that, to take the good open shots and that. And like I say, so that's a big difference in that. You sometimes when you're playing at that fast pace, you got to remember the small stuff and everything. The feet and everything is so key. If your feet aren't set properly, it's real hard to get a good shot up. And I mean, especially when you're rushing it and everything, because of fast pace and that's the first thing that happens is your feet isn't there. And so I think the most important thing right now is just for them to calm down and just play their game. I always like to say when you're down big like this, it's let's go win the next quarter. That's the most important thing. And then see where you're at after that quarter. Then it's at least win the next quarter after that.
Well, Lance fans and maybe even Trappers fans, to those that are watching, if you've got any questions for us up in the commentary booth, do make sure that you put in that live chat and we will do our best to answer any questions that you might have for us as we get ready to go into this second half then. And it is do or die for the Lady Lancers. They need a result here, and it's not going to come for free at the hands of the Lady Trappers. And it's certainly not even going to be given to them after a little bit of a fight. They are going to have to fight tooth and nail, and they will have to keep pushing themselves and just trying to expose some weaknesses for the Lady Trappers. They have 20 minutes left of basketball to really try and get whatever they can back from this match, and it's going to be ever so important that they try and do so.
Yeah, I think this is a key time frame for them, starting the second round and everything. If it doesn't matter the result now, they got to get themselves with the confidence that they can play with everybody.
Oh, and that's the way you want to start, with the three-point made by Ria Saga. What a way to start off this second half for the Lady Lancers. Hopefully they keep up that intensity as Kovalo just drips in that layup too. Bush Lewis then going to come forward for the Lady Lancers. Bush Lewis going to be up against Kaufman, looking for her option. Waiting for the play call there by Tim Larson. It's going to be Paredes looking for Devoy. Devoy now handing it off to Bush Lewis, faking the three. Bush Lewis going to go all the way back over to Ria Saga. Now Paredes faking the three again. Going back out for Devoy, who then goes for the three. No good. No rebound for the Lancers, and it is going to be picked up by Childress for the Lady Trappers. Now looking to Kaufman. Kaufman looking for PK, who then goes for the three. Makes the connection.
Again, a wide open shot, and they hit it and everything. The Lancers got to be quicker on their defensive transition.
Saga for three, no good, and not able to make the ball drop through the hoop there that time. It's going to be Childress now. PK making a drive. PK laying it up, no good. Saga the one with the rebound, and is going to bring it forward again for the Lady Lancers. Bush Lewis then handing it off to Ariadna Martinez, going inside for Saga. What a find that is by Martinez. Saga making the layup happen. And only 2 minutes into this second half, and we definitely have a little bit more of a game on our hands. Kaufman going to go for the 3. No good. Rebounded there by Ria Saga. Saga is going to be the one to bring it forward for the Lancers. Saga going to bounce it off to Paradez, faking the 3. Paradez going inside, now looking for Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis looking for an option, goes inside for the 2. Doesn't make it drop, and to be honest, that looked really unlucky. That's the equivalent of a lip out in golf.
Yeah, it was in and out and everything. And like I say, those are the open shots that they want to take. They just got to make those shots.
PK going to go for the 3. No good. Martinez gets the rebound. Paradez then going to come forward for the Lady Lancers. Paradez now handing it off to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis looking for an option. Bush Lewis trying to drive in. No good. Rebounded there by Martinez. Martinez gets the and 1. Manages to finish through the impact.
Yeah, Martinez did a great job really fighting inside there to get the rebound, to get the and 1.
And converts on the and 1 as well, and it's going to be Childress to come forward. Now it's PK. PK looking for a move. PK going to Covelo there, who makes the layup happen. 29:50 then, as we are heading into the middle of this third quarter, and just an unnecessary turnover again. It's going to be that time on Lucy Devoy. Childress going to go for the 3. No good. Rebound. Going to get by Kaufman. Kaufman going to go for the 2. Rebound by Paradez. And finally the Lady Lancers managed to get a hand on the ball. Paradez coming forward. Going to go to Devoy. Devoy for 3. Doesn't connect. Bush Lewis though on the putback layup is good. And a 30-second timeout there called by Coach Larson. And again, Coach, the beginning to this third period of play has looked a lot more promising for the Lady Lancers so far, and actually that's just been extended out to a media timeout by the referees. It's looked a lot more promising so far, but still a long way to go.
Right, and like I say, the most important thing is they can't give up those wide open shots and everything, because the Trappers are showing that they're a great shooting team, that they're going to hit those open shots. So they got to really dig in on defense to make sure they get the right help coming at the right time, and really have to play defense with their feet. And they can't move slow, and it looks like sometimes when they set up their offense, it looks like they're kind of slow going through the motions, and that you got to work hard on offense and that to be able to get yourself open to score and everything. So Lancers just got to really realize that, hey, we got to put forth a lot of effort. It takes a lot of energy to slowly catch up in that, and they have to be willing to do that if they want to get back into this game.
Thank you everyone for joining us here so far for this women's basketball game here against the Lady Trappers, and so far certainly not going in the favour of the Lady Lancer fans at home, but if you are a Trappers fan, you are probably pretty happy with the scoreline as it is so far. 19-point deficit then for the Lancers to overcome. The high press coming in from the Lady Lancers. The Trappers doing well to work it around. PK intercepted there by Paradez. Paradez doing really well to get away from Kaufman. Kaufman trying to recover, doesn't do so. Bush Lewis going to switch it all the way over to Saga. Now for Devoy. Devoy mishandles the ball, gives it away, and Coach Larson punches his fist in a little bit of frustration there at that turnover. And it's a fantastic layup there by Covelo, someone that caused us a lot of issues in the return fixture at Powell earlier on in the season. They're she's proving to be a hassle for us again, and Ariadna Martinez there making a very unique 2 and getting a nice reaction there from, I think it was Shamari Smith on the bench.
Yeah, that was a short corner shot that they've been working on. That's usually open with that zone that their Trappers are trying to run, and again, Trappers hitting a shot, hand in the face and everything, and so sometimes, doesn't matter what you do, they're just doing something a little bit better. Here's a nice turnover for the Lancers.
Martinez surely fouled and does get the foul. Number 10, Addison Hickey. And a chance then for the referees just to talk things over and equally for the respective teams. 33-55 then as we come into the mid-stage of this third quarter, and really for the Lancers, they just haven't quite been able to, they've definitely looked more promising, and I'm not going to say they haven't, but they just haven't been able to eat away at the Trappers so far. It's just remained constant.
Right. I like to say it, they pretty much are coming up and playing even basketball. Both teams are playing fairly even this quarter and everything, and when you're down and everything, you can't do that. You got to slowly eat into that lead, and the Trappers are going to be happy to just play even basketball because that means they're staying ahead by 20 points.
Well then, coming out of this timeout, the Lady Lancers looking to try and apply some pressure onto the Trappers. Lancers going to take their time with this, coming out of this timeout. So, number 11, Devoy, number 12, Martinez, number 5, Bush Lewis, number 21, Paredes, and number 1, Sonny Davis are the ones on the court at the moment for the Lancers. We're going to return with 2 trips to the line for Ariadna Martinez. Sinks the first one, and this one then to get it back to a 20-point lead. And successfully makes the second one as well, and it's going to be Shamari Smith back into the fray of things for the Lady Lancers in favour of number 12, Ariadna Martinez. And a little bit of confusion going on here. I'm not sure what is going on. Coach Larson is talking to the scorer's desk, and we don't really know what's going on with this. Maybe saying the fact that number 25, Shamari Smith, didn't check in. I'm not too sure.
Well, she was there before the free throws even started and came in for the shooter, so I don't see what the problem was here.
I have no idea what the problem was. Yep, not a clue. Wouldn't be able to tell you. But nevertheless, we are going to get this back underway then. Starting off with Hickey on the baseline for the Trappers. It's going to be Posas then to bring it forward for the Lady Trappers. Now PK. PK looking for a way through. Intercepted there by Shamari Smith. Now given the chase for Bush Lewis. Inside for Davis. That's a great block by PK. But it is going to go the way of the Lady Lancers. It's a good pick off there by Shamari Smith and good defensive effort. Flinging it out to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis faking. Punched away by PK, and it's going to be a chance for the Lady Trappers. Perhaps didn't make the best of that as they could. PK. PK trying to drive. PK makes it go for the Lady Trappers. It'll be Zani Davis then for the Lady Lancers coming forward. Davis outside to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis looking for a way. Goes to Paredes. Paredes faking the three. Back out for Davis. One more to Bush Lewis for three. Great ball movement, great patience, and deservedly so they make the three drop.
Again, great ball movement and everything, which is important. Everything now it's just important to really dig in to play some good, solid defense.
And forcing the turnover there. Number 10, Addison Hickey, just throwing it over the back of the court. It's going to be Lancer ball as number 10, Addison Hickey, actually now gets taken out of the game in favour of number 12, Jayla Childress, as well as number 5, Madison Kaufman, being exchanged for number 15, Fallon Milliken. Davis now off to Paredes. Paredes now going to Bush Lewis. And PK trying to make her case to the referee, saying the fact that Shamari Smith had a handful of her jersey, promptly being wafted away. Paredes now to Davis, goes for 3, makes the 3 drop, and they go inside of 40 points. Not a 16-point lead. Yeah, no, it is a 16-point lead for the Lady Trappers. Should have more faith in my math skills. PK looking to hand it off to Posas, goes for the 3, can't make it drop. It's going to be a jump ball. Oh no, it's not. It's going to be a foul given on number 21, Yotha Paredes. And I was fairly convinced that they were going to give a jump ball there, but nevertheless, Lady Trapper ball on the attacking byline. It's going to be PK now, Posas. Posas going inside for Childress. Childress making the fadeaway. Oh, and giving us a fouler there against Shamari Smith. And again, Coach Larson making his feelings known on that call. 3 minutes left in the game, and Childress is going to have 2 shots from the line.
Coach Larson didn't like that was the official that was underneath looking through a whole bunch of bodies that made the call, where one of the officials was right out there, had a clear view of it, and didn't make a call. I think that's what Coach Larson was upset about.
Childress doesn't make that second one go, and it's going to be a Lance a chance to rebound and go forward. It's going to be Devoy. Devoy now to Paredes. Paredes going to Devoy. Shamari Smith. Now Devoy looking for an option. Decides to go back to Paredes. Paredes looking for a way through. Not able to find it. Davis. Devoy. Davis going to go for the 3. No good. Rebound. And it is going to be off of number 23, McKinley Covelo. Madison Bush Lewis then coming out of the game in favour of number 13, Lorena Villarreal. And Alexandra Mims also back onto the court, as the 3 there from Paredes is going no good. Rebounded by Posas, and it's going to be Childress for 3, no good. Rebounded there by Paredes, still holds on to it. The tip pass by Paredes by Posas means that the Trappers get the ball back. PK now out to Posas. Childress going to Posas. Posas now to PK. Ball movement by the Trappers. Posas on the far side. Going inside for Milliken. And the foul there going to be given against, I think they're actually being called against number 14? Yeah, number 14, which is Alexandria Mims. Because I think for a moment, number 2, Rhea Saga, thought that foul was going to be called against her.
Yeah, she had great defensive position and everything, and she was like saying, "Hey, I was there. It should have been a charge," but apparently there was a foul somewhere else before that.
19-point game then, 41-60. As the Lancers looking for a way through. Rhea Saga going inside for Paredes. Paredes to Mims. Mims. Oh, if only she was able to get that extra pass off to Villarreal. Saga's going to go for 3. Makes it drop. 44-60. And that is a fantastic 3-point attempt again by Rhea Saga. And she's really turned it on in this quarter. Posas. And yeah, I was going to say there.
That's a
clear hands on.
Right. 2 hands is supposed to be an automatic call, and the referee was right on it.
It's going to be number 3, Elise Swan, then coming in for number 22, Itziar Posas, who's been a bit of a thorn in the side of the Lancers so far, as well as number 15, Fallon Milliken, coming out for number 23, McKinley Covelo. Air ball on that one. Paredes gets the ball back. And the jump ball is going to go the way of the Lancers.
Yeah, Coach Larson was there yelling timeout a number of times, and they never did give it to him before that jump ball.
Villarreal. Now Alexandra Mims. Mims looking for a way. Goes to Saga, trying to find Mims there inside. Just looked like a forced pass, that one. Just looked like they were trying to make something out of nothing.
Right, and that's been the theme today and everything. That's why they have so many turnovers, is they're just not taking care of the ball and trying to force things. Like, again, they tried to force it inside and it wasn't open.
Paredes giving the ball away. Trapper's not able to make advantage of it. Addison Hickey, the one to give the ball away now for the Lady Lancers. 44-60, 16-point lead in favour of Northwest. It's going to be number 1, Emma Piquet, out of the game. In comes again number 22, Itzia Posas. Villarreal going to Davis. Davis not able to get past the hand of Posas, and Posas looking for a way through. Posas blatantly pushes.
Definitely an offensive foul. She definitely
that
pushed off. And
that was a clear push off on Alexandria Mims.
And here comes the sub.
And it's going to be number 30, Taylor Carlson, who's going to come in for number 10, Addison Hickey. Yeah, that was clear as day. Certainly from where we were sitting, you could see the arm go up, but from Itziar Posas. That was going to be a difficult call to not make. Davis now handing it off to Saga. Saga looking for an option. Saga goes to Davis. One more pass over to Villarreal. Back to Davis. Now back to Saga. Saga looking inside for Paredes. 6 on the clock. I think attracted the foul there in by number 23, McKinley Covelo. It's going to be on the court. So it is just going to be a reset of the game clock. Although that doesn't really matter, as the game clock currently sits at 5 seconds until the end of the quarter. So it's a real grab it and go.
Again,
they need to get the shot off or get it out of bounds. That's the other option. And Posas, it is off of, and it's going to be 2 seconds now left on the clock for the Lancers to try and get a shot away. Villarreal needs to get it off. Gets it off. No good. And that is going to bring to the end of the third period of play, and coach not being able to eat into the lead, also not allowing Northwest to really run away with it.
Right, like I say, they won that quarter, in which I think is what their big focus was for that quarter and everything. Now it's a matter of go out and win this here quarter. Try to make it as close to the game as you can and everything. Get some momentum and get a lot of confidence going.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the amount of points that they've actually ended up scoring in that third quarter, and as you rightly said, they outscored Northwest there, and I mean, 23-17 in that in that third quarter there, and really going forward into this fourth quarter, I mean, it's promising signs on behalf of the Lady Lancers, but really, what do you think that the Lady Lancers can really do in this fourth quarter to try and get that deficit down as much as they possibly can?
Well, the most important thing now is they got to hit their shots, and that because they don't have very much time and everything. They've shown that they can be a good shooting team and everything, and they just need everybody to settle down and hit the shots, especially the open shots, and really dig in and really want it and everything. Right now, when you're down like this, you have to put forth that effort, and you have to put out a lot of energy to try to come back.
Well, we are going to get this fourth quarter underway then. Well, we certainly will in a second. As we can just see number 10, Addison Hickey there, just talking to the referee down on our near side. They're waiting for a...
Yeah, there's a question about the ball, and it's supposed to be a white ball.
I was going to say, I definitely thought it
wasn't
was... I thought it was
flipped.
supposed to be a white ball going into this last possession. I mean, I don't think Coach Helen Bolt is very happy with that decision there, but it was definitely... I don't remember seeing the arrow flip after the last jump ball, so I think that would make sense. Villarreal then going to Saga. Saga now back to Villarreal, now looking for an option, goes to Bush Lewis. Bush Lewis trying to get past Marco. Back to Saga. Now Villarreal. Bush Lewis intercepted there by Hickey, but equally well stolen away by Saga. Saga now looking for a way through. Saga going to drive, and travel called on Ria Saga.
Yeah, I was going to say, referee definitely missed that. She lost control of the ball and everything, so that shouldn't have been a travel call, and that's what Coach Larson was trying to say to the official.
Here's Kaufman for the Lady Trappers going on. This is a well-worked move by the Trappers. Great defense to at least stop that attack in the way that it was. But you could see there, you had Childress, who was open. You then had number 1, PK, who also had an open look, and they didn't take it. But they get in for the layup. Nevertheless, they lose track of Hickey, and she gets in for the easy 2. Villarreal now to Devoy. Devoy to Bush Lewis. Villarreal to Martinez. Martinez looking for a way through. Martinez trying to fight, it looks. And she just had no real option there and ended up giving the ball away. Childress for 2, makes it drop, and it's...
And like you say, that on offense and that, nobody was moving, so nobody was giving her a chance to be able to make a pass, and that led to a turnover.
Bush Lewis now going to go out to Saga. Villarreal just going to let the 3 fly and connects. 47-64, and what a response there for the Lancers. It's going to be Kaufman, now Childress, PK, Hickey, fadeaway 2, makes it drop. And it's just a good finish there by the Trappers. As we hit the 2 minutes gone in this fourth period. Saga goes for 3, makes it drop. And another good connect for the Lancers. Now to get a defensive stop. PK. Now to Childress. Childress to Kaufman. Kaufman back to Childress. Now looking for Hickey. Hickey looking to drive in. Doesn't make it connect. But that doesn't matter because Covelo will. And they managed to get the 2 points on the board there.
And again, that was the Lancers real slow to adjust on defense, where they split them and got into the lane, and that was just something that shouldn't happen.
It just certainly looks like for me as Villarreal goes for the 3, no good. Rebounded by Villarreal though. Villarreal looking for a way out. Goes to Saga, but it's going to be a foul. It just certainly looks like that their perception of what the game is actually doing and where the game's going just seems to be lacking in certain areas. It doesn't look like that they're preempting things well enough.
Right, and like I say, I've seen a number of times, I'm sure Coach Larson will show that, where they have people making cuts that are wide open and they're not seeing them, and then like that there, they immediately catch and shoot, don't have their feet set, and goes off again. So
it's going to be a jump ball, this one. Going to go the way of the Trappers. And yeah, certainly so far, as I say, it just looks like it's been a real difficult one for the Lady Lancers to really get a grasp on. I mean, again, we come back to the thing of their preempting of the game, you know, losing track of players and stuff. It's been much like that one there with Childress. They were just lucky that she couldn't quite connect. PK then for the 2 points, managed to get it to go, taking it back up to 20 points in this game. But it's the same kind of story, isn't it, of, you know, they've just not quite been able to keep a track of everyone.
Right, and like I say, it comes back to like we were saying earlier. They play great for a bit portion of the game, and then there's portions of the game where they just don't have the intensity and they turn the ball over and don't play good defense, and the other team makes a run on them, and they got to find a way to play the full 40 minutes.
Well, we're certainly, with how the scores look right now, obviously it is still a, well, now a 21-point lead, potentially going to be 22 going into this second free throw. But the Lancers actually haven't lost anything on this. Wow, it's still going to stay at 21, so they've actually still gained a point since restarting the third period. Oh, and that was nearly a really good make by Bush Lewis, but she's going to have 2 trips to the line to get those, well, to get at least one of those points back, if not try and get another point on top of that back. So, Bush Lewis, who's kind of been a figure in this EWC team so far this season. And that is a good make on her first attempt. Second attempt is up and away. Makes the second attempt as well, so it's going to be 2 for 2 on that trip to the line, and given away needlessly by Northwest. Pinged over to Paredes. Paredes looking for an option. Devoy, now Saga, now Bush Lewis for 3. Makes it drop, and that is a fantastic bit of play there by the Lancers to manage to get the ball back and then to work it in such a way to get the 3-pointer.
They had good defense going, and Mims unfortunately bailed him out by reaching and everything. She just kept her feet moving. They had her trapped.
So then it will be Williams giving it to Childress. Childress now going to Posas. PK Covelo. That is surprising to me that wasn't given as a foul against Devoy, because it certainly looked like she had a bit of a hand in the face of Covelo there. Nevertheless, it's going to be Lance Ball as we go the other way, as we come into the tail end of this game. 16 points as the deficit. Saga now for Devoy. Devoy looking for an option, goes to Paredes. Paredes looking as well. Childress able to intercept it. Easy layup. And 2 points back on the board there for the Northwest Trappers. Bush Lewis then going inside for Devoy. Bush Lewis going to go for the 3. Makes it connect. And the Lady Lancers have really turned on their 3-point shooting in these last 2 quarters of the game. Is it going to be a little too late? Williams doesn't quite get the 2 to go. Covelo makes the 2 go and somehow manages to get the ball out. 58-75 as we continue on this game. Paredes inside for Mims. No good. Shocked that she didn't get the call, but nevertheless the game goes on. Williams looking to switch it all the way over to Posas. Now Childress. Williams. Posas. Going back to Childress for 3. Makes it connect. 20 points is the lead for the Trappers. It's been a good scoring quarter so far. It's been fun to watch. Paredes over to Saga for 3. No good. Rebounded by number 11, Isabella Williams. Turnover also on Isabella Williams.
Yeah, Mims had a great defensive intensity right there on her, caused her to lose the ball. So like I say, that's the type of defensive effort that you have to have when you're trying to come back.
Be sure, if you are watching along and have any questions for us up here in the commentary booth, myself or Coach George Hamilton, be sure you put it in the live chat. We have access to that so far tonight. So, I mean, so far, Coach, I've been actually kind of impressed with the way that the Lady Lancers have responded coming out of the half, and, you know, whatever Coach Larson said at half-time, it clearly worked.
Right, you know, like I say, they've played even with them. You know, the second half, you know, like I say, they're probably a few points up ahead of Northwest and everything. But like I say, the big thing for them is the first half they had just 2 minutes much time where they just had lack of focus and turned the ball way over and gave up way too many easy baskets. And so it's real important for them to I feel like, especially this here time, is again, it's gain that confidence and everything. You got to outplay them to get confidence in that to go into the rest of the half of the conference play.
Oh, we have 4 minutes left of this quarter. With 4 minutes left of this game, 20 points down. Feels like they are chasing a miracle, are the Lady Lancers. Bush Lewis then, looking for a way through, going to Taisha Tanira, as we see her make her first appearance tonight, as well as number 10 Morgan Williams is also in the game. Childress going to go for the three, makes it convert. It's a great take there by Childress, and it's 81-58. Well done by Bush Lewis to get around her marker and attract the foul. Also, it is going to be on the court. Number 22, Casey Parks, making her appearance in favour of number 21, Yaitha Paredes. I imagine for Coach Larson now, it's trying to rest up his main starters and try and get them fit for the rest of the conference season.
Right. Now this is kind of a big point of, okay,
a good move there by Bush Lewis. Not quite
to keep everybody
to
healthy and try to get some, extra minutes in for other people in case they have any more injuries coming up and everything. And like saying, Casey is usually one that comes out with a lot of intensity, just like that, going to the floor, going after the ball, and so that he probably brought her in just for the energy that she usually brings to the court.
Bush Lewis then for the Lancers. Bush Lewis, just got caught in the face there by Posas. She was trying to claim her innocence, but I don't think she's going to be able to. A clear hand in the face. I think Bush Lewis also going to be taken out of the game here, and Zani Davis is just going to go in. Again, just really wanting to make sure that there aren't going to be any injuries to any of his key players. Villarreal looking towards Casey Parks, loses the ball though, out to number 11 Isabella Williams. Now a chance for Childress to come forwards. It's going to be Posas for three, no good. Villarreal getting the ball. I think the foul there is going to be given against number 10 Addison Hickey.
And the Lancers are in the bonus now, so we'll shoot the rest of the game.
So with the 2 minutes 30 left, maybe trying to attract some more fouls, have some cheeky attempts at the line. Going to be Lorena Villarreal then from the line to start this off. Makes the first one go. The second attempt ends up being short. And Posas going to hand it off to Childress.
And it looks like the Trappers are finally going to empty their bench, get some of their players in that haven't played the whole game.
Hickey, no good. Morgan Williams. And it is going to be a timeout here called by Coach Larson. Just a 30-second timeout. It's also going to give the chance for the Lady Trappers to make all of their changes. Obviously changing out pretty much all of their girls as it is right now.
Yeah, I just might mention and everything, kind of a small shout out to Maddie Mills, who's coming into the game for the Trappers, and that she was the 1A Wyoming Volleyball Player of the Year and was committed to come here until their coach convinced her to go there to play basketball instead. And she is also one of the top triple jumpers in the state, so great multi-sport athlete that's coming in for them.
So it is going to be number 21, Sage Kidd, number 3, Elise Swan, number 20, Maddie Mills, number 30, Taylor Carlson, and number 4, Canyon Britt, coming in for the Lady Trappers, as it is a 61-81 game with 1 minute 50 left on the clock, and this game very much knowing where it's going to go, as Britt is looking for an option here for her Lady Trappers side, looking for Carlson now, going to hand it off to Mills. Britt, Carlson goes for the 3, no good. Rebounded by Parks.
Great offensive possession that the Trappers wanted. They wanted to hold the ball to the very last second, and that's exactly what they did.
Tanira not quite being able to hold the ball on. Just allows the Lady Trappers to get the ball back with only just over a minute left of this 4th period. And I'd urge you, Coach Hamilton, just to give me, who do you think is your player of the match tonight? I mean, I've got a couple of certainly Lady Trappers in mind, but I'd love to hear who you think has been one of the players of the match.
To me, it just seemed like every time we turned around, we were saying PK and everything, where she not only did a great job offensively, but also defensively and everything. And like I say, every time she is on the court, it just seemed like she is making things happen for them.
Yeah, and I think a definite shout out goes out to McKinley Covelo. She's been a presence within that paint for pretty much this entire game, or at least all the time that she's been in. And number 4, Canyon Britt there being fouled by number 1, Sani Davis.
Like I say, the case can be made for either one of them. I think they both have played a great game.
And a good make by Britt from the line for her first attempt. Her second attempt up in the air, and is good on that second attempt as well. Sani Davis then going to be the one to come forward for the Lancers. Villarreal now going to Davis. Davis looking for an option. Villarreal. Davis now to Casey Parks. Parks now Davis. Now to Villarreal. Goes for 3. Can't connect. And it goes out of bounds with 14 left on the clock. You imagine that the Trappers are just going to see the game off here.
Yeah, and like I say, another one that could easily be talked about is Williams and everything. She started off super hot at the beginning of the game and kind of cooled off a little bit, but early on she was giving the Lancers a lot to handle.
Well, there it is then. That is the final score here at the Velpech Activity Centre. It is going to be the Lady Lancers falling to an 83-61 defeat at the hands of the Lady Trappers. And I mean, Coach, I think that score line is pretty fair. It was a pretty resounding victory in the end for the Lady Trappers. And, you know, looking back at the game in Powell, it ended 88-68. And for it to end 61-83 is kind of a fair representation, I think, of really how both of those games were played.
Right, and like I say, the Lancers had the first time in that first half and everything that they just kind of didn't come out with the intensity that they needed, and so it's real important that for them to come out with the intensity that they need and everything. So that will kind of lead us to the the boys game and everything, where the boys have been playing a lot better and everything. So it'll be interesting to see how this here next game will go, as it should be a great matchup and everything. And then Lancers have gotten some players back healthy that wasn't playing last time against them, so be interesting to see how this here Nets game goes and everything. Like I say, just trying to get the focus out towards the men and everything, as I know Coach Larson's going to try to get after it, talk with them, saying, hey, we got to play the whole 40 minutes and everything, and that's the big thing that's going to be the big focus that they have here, where the Trappers, again, are a team that likes to come out with a lot of different zones, different looks and everything, and Coach Engel was busy working on the short corners and those areas to expose the different zone that they try to run and everything. So it'll be interesting to see what they do and that we get going on this next game.
Well, for those of you who watched that game, thank you very much. And if you are tuning out, have a lovely evening. But if you are staying tuned to see the men's Trappers versus the men's Lancers, be sure to stay tuned after this advert break.
Wyoming, where hard-working hands build incredible things.
Built this thing from the ground up out of nothing. Gave it everything. Now look at what it's given back.
We know you put your heart into your business because that's what Wyomingites do. As a local bank, we put our hearts into helping you because we're not just a bank in Wyoming. We're Wyoming in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be.
a relatively easy run of the game so far. Four out of their last 6 games have been wins, coming against one of Laramie County, also winning against EWC in Powell. And their 2 losses coming against Western Wyoming College as well as Central College, and they've just come back off of that loss. They lost by 10 points there, 79-69, so it's going to be interesting to see how the Trappers do end up coming back against the EWC Lancers here tonight. Well, we will run through the game, through the rosters here for you, and we're going to start off with the visiting Northwest College Trappers. We've got number 0, Richie Rodriguez. Number 1, Tate Monroe. Number 2, Mateo Trujillo. Number 4, Moni Bui Kaur. Number 5, Gunnar Eriksson. Number 10, Niall Girard. Number 11, Isaac Wolf. Number 12, Logan Wolstenholm. Number 13, Trey Rinn. Number 15, Eli Patterson. Number 20, Travis Thiran Archibald. Number 21, John Hendrick Shooting. Number 22, Alex Jordan. Number 24, Braden Bradshaw. Number 44, Ant Christian Kalmus Center. And number 50, Razar Zarque Whittle Center. And now for your hometown Lancers, we've got number 2 and starter from Minneapolis, Jamarian Way. Number 3 from Miami, Florida, Lorenzo Major Jr. Number 11 and starter from Bountiful, Utah, Dresden Jensen. Number 20 from Jacksonville, Florida, and starter Lothario Miller Jr. Number 22 from Cheyenne, Wyoming, Nathan Murich. Number 23 from Manchester, England, Adam Coxon. Number 24, back from his troubles in Serbia, from Kraljevo, Serbia, Vukašin Spasijevic. Number 30 from Crestview, Florida, Russell Mora. Number 31 from Wellington, Florida, Tony Collins. Number 32 and starter from Bountiful, Utah, Scott Noel. And number 35 and starter from Minneapolis, Isaiah Ayala. Head coach is Bill Engel, assistant coached by Sheldon Lee, as well as a student coach. So, Coach, I mean, looking into this game, it's going to be very interesting, isn't it, for the Lancers, because they're 4-19 on the season. They're going up against the Northwest side that is 15-9 on the season. So it's going to be an interesting game to see how this pans out.
Right, but like I say, the Lancers are a much better team than that 4-19 that their records show. I mean, they've been right in a whole bunch of different games. They've had a lot of injuries, so they got a lot of players that are coming back from injuries and everything. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up today and everything, and if they can take advantage of their scouting report and everything, because I know they've been working really hard on it, because I've been seeing them in the gym. The guys are in there.
Now the starting lineups. First for the Trappers of Northwest. Starting at a guard, number 2, Mateo Trujillo. Starting at a guard, number 10, Niall Girard. Starting at a guard, number 13, Trey Rinn. Starting at the forward, number 15, Eli Patterson. And starting at the forward, number 24, Braden Bradshaw. Trappers are coached by Mr. Andy Ward. Now, your hometown Lancers. Starting at a guard from Minneapolis, Minnesota, number 2, Jamari Weed. Starting at a guard from Bountiful, Utah, number 1, Dresden Jensen. Starting at the guard from Jacksonville, Florida, number 20, Lothario Miller Jr. Starting at forward, number 32, from Bountiful, Utah, Mr. Scott Noel. And starting at the wing, number 35, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Mr. Isaiah Ayala.
Jensen, pump fakes, going over to Jamarian Way, faking the handoff. Now goes to Ayala. Back to Jamarian Way, going off to Jensen, goes for three. Foul there being given against number 35, Isaiah Ayala, for a block. It's going to restart with Trapper byline ball. Number 15, Patterson, to take it. Coach, I mean, it's only been 2 minutes in the game, and obviously it is still very early doors, but only 2 points on the board for either team.
Right, it's a great defensive effort and everything. Both teams playing good, solid defense and everything. So, like I say, I expect this to stay more of a defensive type game, because that's the way Coach Ingle likes and everything. And like I say, you can definitely tell the Lancers are playing with a lot more confidence than what they have been.
Out off of number 10, Niall Girard. It's going to be Lancers ball on their own byline. Certainly playing with much more confidence, looking a little bit more comfortable on the ball now as they start to really edge their way into the conference season. 1-4 in the conference so far compared to the Trappers 4-2. But as we rightfully said, so far this season, certainly in conference play, the last 6 games, and 4 of them have been at home, and away from home in the conference they are 1-1. They won away at Gillette in a very close victory, 60-58, and then they most recently lost at Central Wyoming, 79-69. A little bit more of a convincing loss there. Miller Jr. kicking it out to Jensen for 3, makes it go. Gets an early 3, and that is Dresden Jensen. Now the Trapper's going to look for a way to respond to that. Trujillo making way for Rin. Patterson now going out to Bradshaw. Bradshaw looking for an option, goes to Trujillo. Trujillo trying to get the 2, makes it go. And finishes well over Jensen there. Here is Way. Marion Way looking to do something, maybe trying to do a little bit too much. Trujillo gets the foul. It's going to be given there against number 35, Isaiah Ayala, and a chance for the Trappers to get back within a one-possession game.
Yeah, that was really a unnecessary foul. I mean, he fouled him way after the shot was off and everything, and like I say, and they took the shot, out of control, so kind of bailed him out there.
So up for his second attempt will be Mateo Trujillo, the point guard freshman out of Saigon, Hong Kong. And he makes 2 for 2 there. Now going to be Jensen over to Jamarian Way. Way looking for an option, decides to try and kick it over to Scott Noel, but picked off there by number 12, Waldenstenhum. And Bradshaw the one there to make the layup to give the Trappers the first lead that they will have in the game. Jamarian Way looking for his option. Jamarian Way going over to Jensen. Always reaching for that one. Jensen going out to Tony Collins. Tony Collins going to go for the deep 3 there. And that is out off of a northwest foot. And it will still remain a Lancer ball. Only 7 seconds, though, left on the shot clock.
Yeah, that shot was way off, but it was right to Scott and everything. He just unfortunately couldn't control the ball underneath there, or else that would have been an easy basket for him. And that, so I could say overall, I think both teams have played fairly even with each other, and that it's just a matter of now the Lancers taking care of the ball, because a lot of their points for the Trappers have come off of the turnovers and that. So if they just start taking control of the ball, and I think they have a real good chance in this game the way that they're playing so far.
Well, as we are in this media timeout, it's going to be a good chance to again have a look at some of the head-to-head stats. And really, I mean, it's been quite impressive, as we were saying earlier, or as you were saying earlier, sorry, Coach, about the fact that this team doesn't really look like it's a 4-19 team, and I would have to agree. But the games currently do not show that they are as good as what they, even as what the stats are showing. They're 43% from the field, they're 31% from three-point range, and they're 7% from the free throw line. And actually, that corresponds a lot with Northwest, who are 15-9. So
right.
It's one of those of, I think it's very easy to look at this team and go, well, they're 4-19, they're not really going to pose much of an issue. But you actually look at the two side by side, they're actually very, very even in terms of those stats alone. And Lothario Miller Jr. there able to get up and regain the lead for the Lancers, as the Trappers are going to come forwards again through Wolstenham. I think I'm going to have a little bit of trouble with his name all day long. And the dunk coming in there by number 10, Niall Girard. Jamarian Way then looking for Jensen. Jensen looking for a way through. Now Jamarian Way goes to Jensen for 3. No good. All around the rim and away. It's going to be Girard to come forward for the Trappers. The 3-point attempt from Wolstenham, and he makes it happen. 7-11 then for the Trappers. Scott Noel handing it off to Jamarian Way. Now to Lothario Miller Jr. Way. Miller Jr. Inside for Noel. Jensen for 3. No good. Rebounded there by Girard. Girard looking for an option. Goes out to Wolstenham. Doesn't get it to drop though. It's going to be Tony Collins to bring it forward for the Lancers.
And you can see the disgust on Coach Ingo's face right now at that lack of defensive.
And the foul there will be given against, I think, number 2, Jamarian Way. And it's just been one of those so far of, I mean, certainly whatever happened there at the other end, the slight collision there between Tony Collins and Wolstenholme is out of the game, I think, in favour of number 20, Theron Archibald. As number 10, Niall Gerard. No good on that second attempt, rebounded by Scott Noel. It's going to be Major Jr. making his first appearance of the game for the Lancers. Major Jr. going over to Miller Jr. And the low look pass there from Miller Jr. not coming off. And a good block there by Miller Jr., but it is going to continue to be a trapper ball there on the Lancer byline, stopping Wolstenholme from...
Yeah, I think this is an important stretch right here. The Lancers seem to have lost their intensity that they came out with at the beginning of the game, and they need to get that intensity back to cut into this lead that the Trappers are starting to open up with.
Tony Collins goes to Scott Noel for three, no good. Rebounded there by number 20, Archibald. Now it's going to be Gerard to come forward. Gerard giving it to centre. Now Wolstenholme. Trujillo handing it off. Now going to be Gerard back inside for Wolstenholme. Doesn't quite get it to go, and it's going to be Collins to come away with it. Major Jr. now Collins faking the three. Major Jr. then looking for his option. High press by Trujillo. Over to Major Jr. Goes for the two. Doesn't make it drop, and it's going to be Gerard to bring it forwards again for the Trappers. Now it's going to be Trujillo going in for Wolstenholme. You could hear the shout there from Coach Engel of shooter when Archibald gets the ball. Miller Jr. Scott Noel. Jensen. Collins for three. No good. Rebounded there by number 50, centre.
That was still great ball movement by the Lancers to get a wide open shot there.
Major Jr. then to come forwards after some good defensive work from Miller Jr. Jensen for the jump shot. No good. Jensen again for the two. No good. And it's going to be Trujillo then to bring it forward for the Trappers. Hands it off to Archibald. Archibald looking for the option. Goes to Trujillo. Gerard. Wolstenholme. Making a drive and attracts the foul there. Going to be given against number 3, Lorenzo Major Jr. And it is going to be on the court, I believe. Scott Noel and number 20, Lothario Miller Jr. going to come off here and in favour of number 23, Adam Coxon, and number 24, Vukashin Spasievich. And the Lancers going to try and make something and make a defensive stop here. Centre looking to go through. Given against Whittle centre there, and it is going to be Lancer ball.
That was a great call, as you could really tell. He dropped his shoulder into him and everything, and like I say, he's a big boy. He's going to, anytime he sets the screen or comes after you, he's going to move you if you're not really set.
Adam Coxon going over to Jensen. Spasievich trying to go for three. Doesn't make it work. Blocked. Trujillo now to Archibald. No good. Jensen. Jensen looking for his option. He finds Major Jr. Major Jr. Now for Jensen. Major Jr. Collins inside for Spasievich. Spasievich It is going to be out off of Wolstenholme, and it is going to be a media timeout now to endure. So, I mean, Coach, it's been a slow scoring half for both teams so far, 7-12 as we come into the halfway point of this first half. And what do you really make of it so far?
I think the difference is both teams are coming out and playing some good, hard, solid defense and everything. There's very few open shots that's being given, and unfortunately the Lancers have missed a few of those open shots and everything, which I think is the difference there. Overall, I feel like both teams have played fairly evenly out there, and that, unfortunately, they, like I say, the Trappers have had just a few more shots that have fallen and everything, but the Lancers, I feel like, are playing a good, solid game, playing even with them. It's just a matter of getting their shots to fall.
And certainly so far, it seems like that the intensity has kind of gone up and down a little bit for the Lancers so far, whereas the Trappers have seemed to remain constant throughout. But the Trappers very much, well, evidently not making some things drop that they normally would in this game so far. And, it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up panning through the game, whether we see a little bit of a case of, in the women's game maybe they'll enhance their inner lady Lancers, if you will. They ended up getting their shooting form back a little bit through the game, so we'll see if that is the case, or whether it's the fact that maybe they'll continue to struggle up against a very solid defense that has been so far for the Lancers. There's going to be 12 seconds then on the shot clock for the Lancers. Collins, 10 left. Jensen, and he makes the 3 drop.
But a kick ball was...
Kickball was given against number 20, Archibald.
Yeah, the pass bounced off his leg as he kicked out to him, and unfortunately they made that call. Lancers would have hoped they would have let that go, as they had that open 3 that they made.
Inside for Major Jr., and wow, how high did he manage to jump there? For Major Jr., someone who is only 5'9", and in the grand scheme of the basketball world, that is pretty short. I'm pretty sure he probably managed to touch the rim there with that jump. Trujillo. Good defensive work here by the Lancers. Trujillo forcing a shot, and that's a great... it's just a fantastic way for the Lancers to keep their defensive, mindset there. And they really managed to shut out the Trappers, and it's something that certainly we're going to hope to see throughout the entirety of this game through the Lancers. Currently 9-12 in favour of the Trappers, but if they can keep the Trappers from, going forwards and having those runs of points, they are really going to do well in this game to try and hold them back.
All right, this is a game that if you like watching defense and that, this is definitely the game for you and everything. Both teams coming out playing great defense, getting great movement and everything.
And that's a tough finish from Collins. Brings it to a 1-point game then. As trying to make something happen, but in the process, number 24, Vukashin Spaziovic, makes the foul.
Yes, he was trying to let the officials know that he was hit by an elbow as he was turning and everything. Then Vukashin ended up just kind of grabbing him after that, not going to give him an easy shot after that.
So Bradshaw, the first attempt up and no good on that first attempt. So the best that the Trappers are going to do is edge it out to a 2-point lead.
So I guess you could say in a way that was a good foul.
It was a good foul. Bradshaw then up and good. And Dresden Jensen then to get this restarted for the Lancers. Goes back over to Major Jr. Now back to Jensen. Major Jr. as the play call has been called by Coach Engel. Coxon picks up the ball. Looking for an option, goes to Jensen, now back to Coxon. Major Jr. trying to make a drive, and the pass there just tried to be forced. Intercepted there by Archibald. Patterson now handed off to Monroe. Archibald Bradshaw. Monroe going to go for the 3. No good, rebounded by Spaziovic.
That's definitely a shot the Lancers are going to give them, that deep and everything.
Major Jr. handing it off. Tony Collins. No good on that attempt, and it is going to be picked up by Monroe. Monroe going to try and get something started quick here for the Trappers. Patterson goes out to Monroe for 3. Can't connect, and it is the rebound by Major Jr. Now then to come forward. Coxon going to go for the 3, denied by Archibald. Oh, Major Jr. there nearly losing possession of the ball. It's going to be Russell Mora making his first appearance of the night. Major Jr. now to Russell Mora. Going over to Tony Collins for 3, short. Spaziovic trying to keep it in, giving it back though to the Trappers.
Still, I like that effort that he showed. Great hustle there.
And a good finish there by Patterson as the Trappers edge themselves out to a 4-point lead. Major Jr. then. What can he do? Goes to Coxon. Now Mora fakes the 3, goes inside, but airballs the second attempt and comes away with it. Trey Rinn then. Monroe looking for an option. He decides he's going to go to Bradshaw. Bradshaw going inside and manages to make it fall for the Trappers. And we were talking earlier about an accumulation of points, and it's certainly looking like that might be the way right now, Coach.
Yeah, like I say, the Lancers are getting a little careless with their passes and turning the ball over, and the Trappers are taking advantage of it.
Number 31 there, Tony Collins being called on for a foul, and it's going to be a 6-point lead then as we go into this latest media timeout. And Coach, I mean, since we spoke earlier about the issues that the Lancers have been having, I mean, it's been apparent that those issues have kind of continued.
Yeah, and like I say, I really like the defensive intensity that they have been playing. On the most part, they've had a few small letdowns, and again, it's just a matter of them taking care of the ball and, the movement on offense. I know that's what they were really working on earlier today, and working on different combinations to go against this kind of different zone that the Trappers do. It kind of mixes you up and everything. It's not really a 2-3, but not really a 1-3-1 either, and so it's a little bit different that they try to cause a lot of confusion. And the Lancers have just got to find a way to get that ball movement that they've worked on, trying to find ways to get different gaps and everything on it, and they're just not quite getting those gaps right now and everything. So if they start doing that, it'll start causing more problems for them on defense, and it'll give them a lot more open shots. But I think the most important thing is right now is on defense, they've got to keep up that intensity. They can't get down and give up because they make an offensive mistake or something. They got to keep that defensive intensity going.
Absolutely, and you look at it for the Trappers now, and they're going to want to try and make advantage of the build that of the lead that they're building. But how that's going to pan out, stay tuned and find out. It's going to be Girard then for the Trappers up against Collins. It's going to be Trujillo going back to Girard, going now inside for Bradshaw. Bradshaw kicking it all the way back out for Wolstenholme. No good on the attempt, and I think they forgot about the shot clock for a second. Major Jr. going over to Coxon, now Collins. Major Jr. Russell Mora. Major Jr. Russ Mora. Scott Noel. Oh, and that's a great pass there by Major Jr. to get it to Russell Mora, and it's going to be An easy 3 in the end.
And that cuts the lead to just 3 points. And that, so even though Lancers have had those small letdowns and everything, they're still just a 1 possession game.
It'll be interesting to see how the Lancers can kick on from that, because I mean that was some really good ball movement there, and they really had the Trappers backpedaling in terms of markers and making sure that they were trying to cover every possible scenario, but the ball movement just a bit too quick for the Trappers to deal with defensively. Now maybe a chance again for the Lancers to come forward. The pass there by Coxon, intercepted though by Trujillo. The bounce pass inside for Wolstenholme. He puts the layup up and in. 14-19 then. 5-point difference. That is out off of Girard. Jamarian Way back into the fray for the Lancers, and making way is number 23 Adam Coxon. Mora now to Collins. Collins looking for a way. Going to kick it all the way out to Major Jr. Finds Major Jr. well. Inside for Collins. Gets the foul. It's going to be an and one attempt coming for Tony Collins.
Yeah, Collins did a great job at going up really strong and everything against the bigger body that was coming over late and everything. So if you don't go up really strong, in that case, the body weight will knock your shot off. So he did a great job being really strong there.
Collins makes the attempt worthwhile. Takes the lead to within 2. Trujillo making a drive. Tipped pass by Way. Major Jr. had to jump for the block, and that was way too long in there from number 13 Trey Rinn, but Trappers still doing well to have it, and they get the foul. And one attempt now coming in the way of Logan Wolstenholme.
Coach Ingle not very happy about that, and now a technical foul has been called.
I think that's the
it's
the first ever technical that I've seen given against Coach Engel.
I think it might be a call on Miller Jr. Well, they did point to the bench, so.
It'll be interesting to see if that was given against Coach Engel, which we'll certainly be able to do at halftime when we get the stat sheet.
Yeah, it looks like it was against Coach Engel. Because if it was against Miller Jr., they would have put the foul up on the personal as well.
Wolstenholme can't make the first one drop. Going to have another attempt at it then. Here's Wolstenholme. And the second attempt is good. And now they're going to have the original and one attempt. Logan Wolstenholme, the 6'5" guard coming from Oakley, Utah. Wolstenholme then up and good. And Collins now going to be the one to inline the ball. Major Jr. coming forwards for the Lancers, passes it off to Way, now back to Junior.
This will be a key moment in everything, with that technical foul, whether or not the Lancers will respond or their coach fighting for them.
That was a lovely make there by number 30, Russ Mora, standing up and making sure that he got the 2 points to drop. It'll be Girard then to come forward for the Trappers, finding Trujillo. Now to Rinn, getting it inside for centre. And lots of groans of disapproval, certainly from the crowd. But it is going to be number 50, Whittle centre, the 6'9", it says on here, red-shirted freshman from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Looks more like an offensive lineman out there.
And centre, the first one's up, and well, I mean, he can shoot like that all the time, I imagine. He makes good value for a basketball player.
Yeah, big body, it's hard to get around him. But like I say, I've been watching him, he moves his feet really good. So definitely showing that he's definitely a basketball player.
2 for 2 for Whittle centre there. Major Junior then. Now handing it off to Jamarian Way. Now back to Major Junior. Taking the pass. Going to Way. Now Major Junior. Going back to Way. Now Collins. Way. Needs to do something with it. Way goes for the 2. What a make that is.
Yeah, the Lancers really needed that basket.
And still within 4 points is the lead, and really one of these drives they need a defensive stop, and they've got it now through Scott Noel, and now Way to come forward on the fast break. And I think doing well there just to reset. Way to Mora. Mora now back to Way. The foul there is going to be given against number 13, Trey Rinn.
That was a great screen, and 13 just said, I don't care if you're there or not, I'm going through you, just like a linebacker would.
The argument there is from Northwest coach is the fact that it was a illegal screen.
Coach Ingles complaining about the high elbow with that foul, thinking that they should have escalated it with the elbow coming up.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, I'm going to try and put it into football terms here because it's going to be the best way that I can explain it. But if in football you have, well, really in any situation, an arm raised or, a hand raised or a fist raised, there's a cause for concern with that. And, there should never really be that arm up in the air. And I think there at that point, the referees do need to have a look at it and kind of go, okay, well, let's see the malice in it. If there is any malice in it, then that's when you need to look at it and maybe decide on whether, well, certainly in the basketball terms, to maybe give a technical, or maybe to, if it's that serious that you have to eject the player. Same would go for football. You need to then decide whether you want to give them a yellow or a red card.
Right. We might mention that the football that you are talking about here is soccer.
Obviously, it's soccer, yeah. I mean, if to any of the trappers at home, if you haven't watched any of these broadcasts before, yes, I am English, and yes, I do call it football, even though I am well aware that the popular version here is calling it soccer, much to my dismay a lot of the time. We're back underway then, through Major Junior now. Scott Noel finding Mora really well. Just debating whether they should just have taken the 3 there, but Girard going forward, blocked really well there by Major Junior, and maybe sparing the blushes a little bit. I've just seen on the live chat, we've had a correction. It is Trujillo, not Trujillo, as I've been saying. So thank you very much to Jake Trujillo for letting me know that I was saying that incorrectly. I do really appreciate that. And it's going to be Jamarian Way now to Major Junior. Major Junior going to Tony Collins. No good on the first, but puts back the layup for the second attempt. And it is good, taking it to 2 points in this game. And really, coach, that's what the Lancers needed. They just need now to get a stop here and to keep it within that one possession game.
Yeah, it's like I say, if you like defense, this here has been the game for you and everything. Really low scoring, both teams working hard on defense. points are having to be earned.
Going to be centre for 3, no good, and somehow still falling to a trapper hand. It's going to be Trujillo. And the 3-point attempt, wow, that is a very good make from Trey Rinn to get that over his marker.
Yeah, you can't blame the defense there. They're right there in his face, and he just rose up above them and made the shot.
Way. Now to Mora. Mora to Way. The pressing coming in there from Girard. Mora going for a deep 3, no good. It's going to be Trujillo to centre. And Scott Noel trying to fight his case there, but just kind of being palmed away by the referee, kind of saying that he got palmed away by number 50, Whittle Centre.
Like I say, from the angle we have, you could see his point where he felt he was pushed off, and then he tried to get back in position, was called for a block and that. So
that first attempt, no good. Timeout there called by Coach Engel. He's going to be charged with a 30-second. We're going to wait to see whether that's going to be extended out to a media, which it is not. So it is going to be just the 30-second timeout then charged to Coach Engel. And I mean, if you're Coach Engel in this timeout, what are you saying to your team?
I think his main thing is, hey, we got to keep playing hard, but at the same time, you know, they're fouling a lot more and everything. If you look at the foul count, you know, it's 10-3 and everything. So he's going to remind them, hey, we got to play defense more with our feet and then with our hands, and try to make it so that we can start attacking the rim more. I think that's his thing right now, because I think when they attack the rim more, they're going to start getting those fouls.
So it's going to be the second attempt then for Whittle Centre. Second attempt, no good. It's going to be Lancer Ball. Foul there being given against number 10, Niall Girard.
Yeah, where Scott got a elbow to the nose and everything, so it'll be interesting to see if they'll go and take a look at this or not. Yeah, they are going to take a look at it.
It's going to be interesting to see now what the referees decide, whether they're going to deem that as an intentional move, which, I mean, if Coach Engel's made a point of saying, you know, hey, certainly with the issue down here with number 31, Tony Collins, you know, we've already had one instance of an elbow kind of being raised, and, you know, I think Coach Engel would say, hey, well, I mean, we've had this issue before. Debatably, this should be looked at and maybe given as an intentional. You can see there that head coach Andy Ward peering over the shoulder of the referees to kind of get a look.
Yeah, so there is blood on the floor, and so they're trying to have to take care of that. The Lancers coaching staff was immediately out there to make sure that they were made aware of that.
Coach Ward trying to say to his assistant coach, Jacob Price. In fact, well, I'll say assistant coach Jacob Price, and yet that is definitely the head coach there for the women's team. So maybe it is actually, I think Helenswood, Coach Helenswood. So the referees have come to their verdict.
It's whether or not they deem that a basketball play or not, or how high that was.
I mean, one of the referees went over to speak to Coach Engel, and now they've all kind of re-emerged into a huddle.
Yeah, they're back talking about it again.
Yeah, really just trying to think about it, make sure that they get the right call.
Like I say, they had one referee going to each side. Now they have one of their trapper coaches over there trying to look at the video.
They definitely have now come to their verdict, and they are going to get this game restarted with the way that they see fit. It's always very interesting to see these kinds of instances play out, because you always try and look at both kind of coaches and see where their opinions lie with it, and you never really seem to be able to tell much. I mean, Coach Ward here has just told number 20 Archibald to come on. I think there is going to be a technical going the way of EWC here, and there absolutely will. And
yeah, they are calling a flagrant foul on that.
yeah, I mean, Coach Ward, you can see that he's not particularly happy with the call. Looks a little bit red in the face.
But like I say, this is not the first time that they've had the elbow up high.
Exactly, and
face.
I think that is one of the contributors to that, is that they've already had one instance of the elbow getting high, and this is a second instance, and actually I'm pretty sure it happened when the ball was dead. So it's just ever more the case, and Tony Collins just about making that work. Just getting it on that extra roll. 54 seconds then left on the clock. 3-point lead for the Trappers.
Yeah, this will be a key possession with less than a minute left and everything, so it'll be interesting to see how they respond and everything, because this is kind of like their chance to make up for that technical that was called earlier, you know, for points-wise.
Major Jr. going back over to Russell Mora. Mora looking for a way. Now it's Way going all the way out to Spaziovic. Mora encapsulated and is picked off there by Trujillo. Trujillo, no good on the 2-point attempt. Now it's Jamarian Way to come forward for the Lancers. Way looking for a way through. They're going to try and hold this ball until the last, I imagine, 10 seconds. That's normally when they seem to strike. Mora goes back to Way. Way looking for the option. Goes to Mora. Slips. Gets the shot off. No good. And it is going to see out the half. And
I don't think that was the shot that Coach Ingle wanted there. But
no, and I think Mora slipping there obviously didn't get himself set the way that he would have wanted to get the shot off. But I think Coach Engel would probably debate that there was probably another pass that he could have made before that.
Right. But like I say, the Lancers only down by 3 at halftime. They played good defense. They've had some defensive mishaps that have given away some easy baskets and that. But overall, like I say, you see them right there. They're playing hard right with them. With the 3-point game, it's anybody's game. You know, they just got to make some adjustments at halftime and everything that they're talking about right now. And I'm sure that, you know, they'll come out. You know, I know some of the adjustments I saw him trying to work on, you know, when they're pregame and everything, and that just looked like it wasn't coming to tell out there on the court and everything. So I'm sure that's be one of the things that he'll talk about, you know, because I saw what they were supposed to be trying to do, and, you know, they're just not quite getting it and everything. And so I feel like, you know, the Lancers are there. There's just a small adjustments to make, and I think they have a good chance to come back and take this in the second half if they keep up that defensive intensity that they have going on.
Well, Lancer fans and Trapper fans alike, give us your thoughts on that first half, and we will be sure to make it a part of our discussion in our halftime show. But right now, join us after this quick advertisement break.
All right, we're going to do the drawing of the youth raffle. The proceeds from this raffle goes to the Booster Club. And before we do this, I just want to thank everybody that did buy tickets. I want to thank the New York City Royal Club for the fee and the winners. We got four, we're doing quarter each, so we're doing 4 drawings. So go ahead. All right. First winner is Long Hemp Company. The next winner is Joe Campbell. The next winner is Michelle Jackson. And the last one is just the time. So those are our 4 winners. I don't know if any are here tonight. But again, thank you all who bought tickets and appreciate it. We'll be in the Booster Club ramp back up. And so if anybody also is interested in joining the Booster Club, helping with it, we appreciate that. You can contact Lisa Johnson in the development office. So anyhow, thank you all, and we'll contact the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your halftime entertainment, please welcome the Acro Dancers from the 28th Avenue Dance Studio in Torrington, directed and choreographed by Taylor Bartell.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to bring you the rest of this game, and we took a nice little break on our end, and it would only be normal the fact that as soon as we started the broadcast, the loud music restarted with it. So we're looking forward to bring this second half to you here, and it's definitely looking like it's going to be an interesting game, Coach Hamilton.
Yeah, it's like I say, this will be interesting how both teams respond at half times. Both teams going to be making adjustments and everything. So it's like I say, it's like a chess match. I always say what team makes the right adjustments and everything, and then the counter adjustments that will be made, with the different timeouts and that. So like I say, Lancers definitely are in this, have a good chance here, and so be interesting to see how they respond here. The first 5 minutes of the second half, I think, is going to be key of how both teams come out and start the half.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be important to see how the Lancers do come out of this next half, because, I mean, again, we referenced it earlier in the show. A relatively low-scoring half, I feel like, for what we've seen so far this season. Like, 25-28 doesn't blow me away as a super high-scoring half, but it has always kind of been as though that both teams tend to score more in the second half as the game goes on anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what does happen, certainly with the Lancers. And, I mean, can they deal with some of the fast ball movement from the Trappers, but also can they keep up the good offensive work that they've been doing? Because it's not just been the fact that that the Lancers have been stopping the Trappers, but it's also been the fact that they themselves have been offensively pretty solid.
Right, and then the other thing is the Trappers have shown that they can be really physical underneath there. Our 24 and 50 have, made their presence felt underneath there, and how the Lancer will make jab to that, and everything to match that physicalness underneath the basket.
So then, 17 seconds and counting as we look to get this game restarted, and Coach Engel and Coach Ward have had their time to speak some word of wisdom to their teams, and now it is time for the action. It is time for their teams respectively to go out and play the rest of this game. As the Lancers break away from the huddle. We've got another 20 minutes of basketball left to bring you, and, well, I'm sure Coach Hamilton feels the same, but it's an absolute honour to bring this to you here on this lovely evening in Torrington, Wyoming. As we get restarted with Girard. It's now with Trey Rin going to Trujillo. Bradshaw trying to force his way through, not being able to, and it is going to be a chance for Jamarian Way now to bring the ball forward.
Again, that was that physicalness of 24, using his body and everything to try to force his way inside.
Justin Jensen now looking for an option, goes to Way. Way now goes back to Jensen. Noel going all the way to Ayala. All the way to Jensen. Ayala's going to have to get the shot away. Oh, and he cans the deep three, and he makes it a tied game.
That's great ball movement all over there for the Lancers. Now it'll be important to see what happens here on this defensive possession.
Patterson. And given away there to Bradshaw. Bradshaw for the two, makes it drop. And I mean, to be fair, if you're the Lancers, I mean, personally speaking, I would probably accept those 2 points there, just from the sheer point of view, the fact that they were alert to the ball, they were alert to the rebound, and they just made a good take.
Right.
Ayala now looking for Noel. Noel looking for his option. He's going to go all the way back to Ayala. Noel's going to go for three, makes it sink, and the Lancers take the lead in this game. Courtesy of Scott Noel. Trujillo being denied, and it is going to be the Lancers to come forwards again. Jensen, Ayala out for an open three, no good, rebounded by Jensen. Jensen looking for an option, goes to Way. Way looking for a way through. He gets in and he puts the layup up, and it is a 3-point lead now for the Lancers. They've come out with their fist clench and swinging punches. Bradshaw loses the ball out to Ayala there. The foul being given away there by Mateo Trujillo.
Yeah, that was actually a good foul. Otherwise, Lancers would have been off for an easy layup in that. So.
Now Jamarian Way hands it to Scott Noel. Way, very deep to Ayala. He did well to get onto that. Jensen looking for a way through, picked out by Bradshaw. Girard tracks the foul by Jamarian Way, and it's going to be 2 trips to the line then. It's actually not going to be given against Jamarian Way, it's going to be given against Scott Noel. That's his 3rd of the game. So 2 trips to the line then for number 10, Niall Girard. And the first one doesn't fall, and I think Scott Noel, with a slight smirk on his face, would argue that that was a good foul.
Yeah. He had the kind of surprised look on his face when they called it on him as well. So
Girard 0 for 2 from that trip to the line, so the Trappers are no better off after that. Given away though by Ayala. Oh, and really good defense there by Ayala to stop the 2-pointers from going, and it's an easy layup for Jensen. Well, I must admit, I mean, the Trappers are probably going to be kicking themselves in a minute because they're not making the most of some of these opportunities. It's 2 turnovers but for the Lancers, but they've not made anything from it. And this time a turnover, this time for Eli Patterson. Now Jensen coming forward. Outside for Miller Jr. for 3. No good. Rebounded by Ayala. And I think he attracts the foul in there from number 10, Niall Girard. And it's going to give the Lancers a chance to stretch out their lead to 7 points. And how crucial could this be?
yeah, this is important and everything. I mean, if it wasn't of the foul, he would have had an easy dunk and everything. But, you know, like I say, the foul, you know, took away the 2 points, making him have to earn it. Here at the free throw line where he makes the first one.
36-30, and it is going to be at least a 6-point lead for the Lancers. Very early on in this second half, granted, but a good way to start. Ayala up in the air, makes the second attempt. 37-30 it is. The Lancers galloping at the Trappers and really making them work for their... Oh, and foul there being given against the Lancers, and I think a lot of groans there. The foul being given against Jamarian Way, and it's going to be 2 trips to the line for number 24, Braden Bradshaw. The 6'6" freshman coming out of Lyman, Wyoming. And this first attempt is going to be up and good. No pressure being called by Sheldon Lee as he's crouching down. It's 2 for 2 from that time from the line, and it takes it back to a 5-point game in favour of the Lancers. It's going to be Jensen now away. Whoa. That was nearly going to be a backcourt violation there for Jamarian Way, but nevertheless he managed to get over just in time, and a mishandle there by Jamarian Way under pressure from Eli Patterson, forcing the turnover. And it's going to be important now for the Lancers not to allow themselves to get suckered into giving up this lead.
Yeah, like I say, that was a little bit of a lack of focus there. You know, they had to yell at him to get across, you know, because he was just walking up nice and slow. And
good move there from Patterson. The rebound by Bradshaw takes it to a 3-point game now, and I think the Lancers will be very aggrieved with that one. Jensen now to Way. Way. Now for Jensen. Miller Jr. looking for a way through.
Great pass.
Ayala, great spin move. Finishes it, and I think Scott Noel was a little bit ticked off that he didn't get the ball there for an easy open 3, but
hey, yeah.
nevertheless, Ayala makes the 2.
Yeah, like I say, that was a great 2-point shot to take and everything, and
stolen away there by Jamarian Way. Well, from Jamarian Way rather, not by Jamarian Way, and it definitely seems like Way needs to have this little timeout just to try and get himself back into the game. I think he's actually going to be taken out. Looks like it will be in favour of either one of Russell Mora or Major Jr.
yeah, number of the Lancer players went and was trying to say a few things to the officials. They're not very happy with the way the game's being called right now, but I'm sure the Trappers are saying the exact same thing, as that there's really physical out there, and and then every now and then you get those fouls and you're going, how is that called, when you see how physical the play has been with other things and that. So I mean, overall the officials have let them play a lot. And
yeah, there's been a couple of calls that I think that both teams would have feel aggrieved that they've either been called against or called in favour, or they've been called against on. I think, as we see the little kid there, I don't know why he's doing the 6-7. There's no even reason to do it. But nevertheless, it is going to be 39-34 as we going to get this game back on the way very soon. And I mean, realistically, I think that the as we say, the referees have called against either team. They've called for either team, and it's aggrieved both sides, which sounds really bad, but at which point it kind of evens itself out, because I mean, at least they're being consistent with the call, and at least they're being consistent in terms of they're not favouring one side over the other.
Yeah, and being an official, I know how hard it is, and like I say, sometimes we'll see something that seems obvious, but it's all about angles, and also there's only 3 of them, and you get a lot of big matchups going on, and that sometimes they're concentrating on a single matchup and they don't see something else that's going on at another spot, and that, so, it's a tough job that nobody ever appreciates, and that they're doing.
That's not a good sign for the Trappers. Oh, and being given as out. Clearly foot was on the line just as he jumped to go out.
He's complaining that he was hit in the face and wanted the foul to be called, but he had stepped out of bounds first.
It's going to be Trapper ball then. Trujillo bring it off. Now with Patterson. Oh, and there's a foul there being given against Mage Jr. Trujillo then, the one to bring it in for the Trappers. Oh, and now Ayala trying to grab the ball off Bradshaw. Bradshaw rebounds his own miss, gets the foul, nearly the and one.
And Jensen again got an elbow to the face during that. That definitely looked like it was a basketball move, though.
Yeah, that one I don't think we can argue was really any volition in. I think it was just a desperate attempt to try and get to the basket. 0 for 2 on his last trip then. Makes that first one. That'll be all important for Braden Bradshaw's confidence, but there will still be that replay in his mind of the 0-2 from that line. And he does miss that that second one, so it does mean that the last 2 trips he's 1 for 4. And I think that if the Trappers go on to lose this game, they might well look at the free throw percentage and go, that is what lost us the game. They've had plenty of opportunities that they have missed from there. Ayala's going to go for the 3. It is good! 42-35. Another great take by Ayala. And that's not a backcourt. Okay.
It was touched by Ayala's reason why.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Patterson to get the layup down for the Trappers. Major Jr. Now Miller Jr. Back to Major Jr. Now to Ayala. Inside for Miller Jr. The foul being given against the Trappers there, and rightfully so, against number 24, Braden Bradshaw. And Bradshaw will be taken out of the game now, along with number 15, Eli Patterson, in favour of number 12, Logan Wolstenham, and number 50, Whittle Centre. Major Jr. Trujillo nearly knocking the ball free, but not quite being able to do anything with it. Spaziovic, Ayala, and just giving the ball away. But nevertheless, Collins, deep three over the back of the court. It's going to be out for a Trappers ball, and to be honest, not really much that they could have done with that.
No, by the time they got repossession, and that was all they could do was for a deep heave.
Trujillo up against Major Jr. Foul being given against Spaziovic. There's been a few calls that have got a few groans from one of the bench and the fans here just underneath us. Archibald now to Rinn. Rinn to Wolstenholme. Archibald. Archibald looking for Rinn.
Some great defense there, good switches and everything that happened there off of screens.
And he gets the foul, does Wolstenholme. He's going to go to the line for an and one attempt to take it to 2 points, should he make it. Vukashin Spaziovic is going to be off. And in his place comes number 11, Tristan Jensen.
Yeah, he's not happy with that and everything, so the coach is taking him out, trying to talk to him to calm him down and everything. So
yeah, Spaziovic really not happy with that call, which,
I mean, he got 2 fouls within, what, 15 seconds, unfortunately, you know, and that was his 4th foul, which makes it so it's, you know, almost have to take him out.
Now Mage Jr. to Jensen, Jensen over to Collins. Collins looking inside for Major Jr. Does well to get the ball to Ayala, and Trujillo not able to stop himself from cannoning into the side of Ayala. 12 minutes 44 left on the clock, 2-point game. It is going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish, or it's certainly panning out to be right now. Major Jr. looks for Ayala. 7 seconds left on the clock. Ayala, bit of a rash decision there, but obviously only about 4 seconds left on the clock, so needed to do something with it. Is Archibald.
Yeah, no. Give the Trappers credit there. They had some great defense that time.
Trujillo not being able to make the 3-point conversion. Here's Jensen inside for Major Jr. Oh, unlucky, but manages to rebound his own miss. Miller Jr. over his head. And I mean, we talked earlier about Whittle Centre standing at 6'9". That was one hell of a jump there by Major Jr. From Miller Jr.
Yeah, those are the type of plays that can really change the momentum and everything. A dunk going over the top of a player like that, and so I'm not surprised that they got a timeout here and everything. You know, Trappers. Perfect timing for them. I think this is a media timeout, and perfect timing for them to try to calm everything down after that dump and everything. And like I say, this is turning into, you know, like I say, a great defensive game, and it's small plays like that that's going to make a difference. And I have a feeling that this is going to go down to the wire and everything. It's a matter of who can make the shots consistently throughout the game, because both teams are playing great defense.
Dunking over a 6'9" forward in Whittle Centre is quite something. And Miller Jr. has always been seen in the gym and working on his jumping ability. I don't know what his jumping reach is, but I think I'd probably be very scared of it. Towering over most defenders, and it's something that is a real facet of his game, his ability to jump very high.
Yeah, him and IA are both in that jump real high. I know IA, when I was talking with him, touches over 12 feet and everything, so they both have a great jumping ability. And
yeah, and one. And he makes it as well. It's a 3-point play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens the next couple minutes, because something like that can really be a momentum changer.
Oh, and the steal away from Ayala. Dunk! Slams it down. And the steal away there away from number 11, Wolstenholm. And it's just exactly what the Lancers need. And Major Jr. getting it. I think it has been given the way of the Lancers. I think for a minute some of the Lancer bench really was unhappy, because I think they thought it was called against the Lancers there. But nevertheless, this is turning into one hell of a game.
Yeah, they didn't like that, right after Major got that call. Still, that number 1 grabbed his leg and everything and pulled him down hard, and the Lancers were hoping that foul would have been escalated a little bit.
I was going to say, I'm no basketball player, but I don't think that was a basketball play, Coach.
Yeah.
It's out to Jensen for 3, rebounded, and the foul being given, I think, there against number 13, Trey Rinn, and he's had a couple of those so far.
Yeah, that was way away from the ball and everything. It really threw Miller Jr. down, and that, trying to box out and that. People have to realize when you box out, you can't go and displace them with your hands and run into them, and that you can just set your spot, and that's it.
It's going to be Miller Jr. then for the attempt. No good, and nearly Ayala getting the second dunk, which I think really would have taken the roof off of the Velpetch Activity Centre. Spinning away, no good. Taken away by Dresden Jensen. Jensen kicking it out to Miller Jr. Miller Jr. looking for a way through. Oh, and Dresden Jensen getting it to Major Jr. for 3. No good. Wolstenholm with the rebound. Archibald sinks the deep 3.
That was a big basket for the Trappers. The Lancers had the momentum, and a big three-pointer like that can easily take a lot of that momentum away. So be interesting to see how they respond here.
Ayala doing well to protect the ball. Getting it out to Tony Collins. Collins back to Ayala. Ayala looking for an option and just being rash with the pass. Giving it away back to the Trappers. 4-point lead then with 10.5 minutes left on the clock. What a little game we've got on our hands right now. Tate Monroe up against Major Jr. then. Now to Wolstenholm. Archibald for 3. No good. Nearly airballing it, in fact. Whittle centre. Wow, I mean, he's just used all of his weight there to get back underneath the basket.
Yeah, and it's inside the arch, so there can't be a charge call, so he just knew he could use his body to
Major
displace
Jr. giving
him.
the ball away, and maybe a chance for the Trappers. No good. Rebounded, though, by Wolstenholm. Short. And given away by the Trappers in the end, and that would have been a real momentum shift should they have got that, but it's going to take the Lancers to the line. I think they're in the bonus now.
Yeah, this is a close game like this. Both teams are in the bonus, and that I think free throws is going to be key here. Which team can make their free throws a lot more consistent than the other.
Yeah, and it was as I was saying to you earlier, wasn't it? It was the fact that if the Trappers end up going on to lose this game, they probably will look at the missed chances from the free throw line, and
with that, the Lancers just miss the opportunity there. But Luckily,
get the ball straight back.
Yeah.
Way finding Jensen. Now Ayala. Mora. Now Mora. Way looking for something.
It's going to have to force it.
Travel being given against Jamarian Way. The Lancers just need to make sure that they keep the intensity up, make sure that they don't let their heads drop, especially in calls like that. Monroe then for the Trappers. Coming into the last 10 minutes of this game. And it's very much panning out the way that we thought it would. The nail-biting finish. Rin. To centre, no good on the attempt. And so it looks like a little bit of a weird move that. It looked like he completely went the other way, and obviously it was a little bit of a fadeaway at that point, but he almost moved behind the backboard.
Yeah.
It was always going to be difficult to try and then make that straight into the net. Way now to Jensen. Mora to Jensen. Back to Mora, just moving the ball around, getting a feel for the defence. Way back to Mora. Mora gets the foul. Big foul given in favour of the Lancers. And again, Monroe trying to make his case. It wasn't even given against Monroe. It was given against number 50 of Whittle Centre, and he's now on his 4th. Which, I mean, if you're Coach Ward, I mean, I know that if you get 5 fouls, you're going to be fouled out, but do you just keep Whittle Centre on with the kind of presence that he is?
Well, they have a sub at the thing, and I believe he's coming in for him. Yeah, he's going out of the game right now.
Yeah. There's going to be number 24, Bradshaw, then coming in for number 50, Whittle Centre.
Like I say, and Bradshaw and Sensor have been huge impacts underneath the basket and everything, and now with Sensor in foul trouble, now if they could just get Bradshaw tired, it'll make a big difference underneath the basket.
And Mora there, just not being able to convert on his second attempt. Monroe, travel given against, and that was very, very awkward indeed. And
yeah, he stepped on the foot and everything, and
I think that's going to be Monroe done.
Yeah, he's going to the side. The trainer looks like is up, looking ready to walk over to check him out.
Yeah, Monroe definitely landed very, very awkwardly there on his leg. And for right now, Monroe is going to be
that did not
sat
look
out,
good.
and it did not look good. It looked like something definitely looked like it jolted, or, you know, if it's a muscular thing, it definitely looked like it was a bit of a snap. He looks in quite reasonable pain as Collins goes for the 3. Trujillo getting the rebound then. Yeah, I'm just watching Monroe there just to kind of keep a tab on it, and he's really struggling to put weight on that muscle alone. I think he's probably done a fair amount of damage to himself there. So obviously wishing the best there for number 1 Tate Monroe.
Yeah, we never want to see players go down injured and everything, and it can be a big changer to not only a player but for a team sometimes.
He's feeling out his ankle, and certainly with the fact that, I mean, he literally only tried to put a little bit of pressure on it and it immediately buckled. I think Monroe will definitely be out of this game, which is a real shame. But nevertheless, the match is continuing here with Scott Noel going all the way out to Jensen, now Tony Collins, now all the way to Way. Trying to, I think
Scott wants the ball,
Noel
and finally
really
gets
wanted it. And he makes the 3 count! And he validates why he wanted the ball. He makes sure that he slams it down. Great 3 make by Scott Noel. Media timeout. The chance for both coaches to talk some things over and to really see where tactically they want this game to go. And I mean, it's a rather close one right now, 51-46.
Right, and they gave up a foul there that you don't want to really give up, especially late in the game. Now both teams will, after this here, will be, since it's 9 fouls each, will be in the double bonus, and that, like I say, so it really makes the free throws even more important. And like I say, the big key of who wins this game, I think, is going to be who can make their free throws and everything, because both teams are showing that they're playing real hard defense, and both teams are now starting to attack the basket, and that's going to make it so that teams are going to be going to the free throw line. And I think now it's just a matter of playing smart in that, because you can't give up the dumb fouls, because that's going to send the other team to the free throw line.
Exactly that, and with both teams being in the bonus as well, it poses the question to both teams of, okay, well, one team can't really prioritize it over another, because actually they're both going to be in exactly the same scenario. So it's going to be interesting to see how this game ends up playing out. It's, I think, going to be, an attempt to try and make it a cleaner game, but attempts don't always mean that it will end up as a cleaner game. So we will see how that ends up planning out.
And foul trouble is also going to be a key. Both teams have one of their posts with 4 fouls are most likely going to be sitting for the rest of the game, and which making so the other ones are going to have to play a lot more, minutes and everything without a rest. And
Trujillo making good of that first attempt. The chance to put it to 1 possession. Trujillo makes it drop, and it's going to be a 3-point lead then for the Lancers going into the last 7.5 minutes of this game. Way now going to Mora. Now Collins. Collins looking for an option. Collins needing to get something going. Finds Jamarian Way.
Yeah, Noel again is in that corner calling for the ball.
Way. Mora to Noel. Noel going up and getting the foul given against number 12, Logan Wolstenholme. And Scott Noel is going to be going to the line. And 2 seconds left on the clock there. That was an important foul for the Lancers to get. Would have reset anyway. It did hit the rim, so it would have reset regardless of whether Noel got it or not.
Yeah, he did a great job attacking the basket. As soon as he lost possession and they saw that the defender was up in the air, and that he knew he had to take it to the floor and drive it. And
Scott Noel for his second attempt is good. Does well on both of those attempts. Does Scott Noel. Takes it back to that 5-point lead. Girard. Now to Wolstenholme. Now Girard. And that's short, very short by Bradshaw.
That was a long shot. That's definitely a shot that the Lancers will give them.
Mage Jr. now going to Collins. Collins looking for an option. Goes to Dresden Jensen. Jensen looking for his option. Taken away by Girard. Trujillo gets it to drop. 53-50. And it is 6:20 left on the clock then. Way. Jensen inside for Major Jr. Major Jr. in trouble. Oh, and palmed away by Bradshaw. Easy dunk for number 10, Niall Girard.
Yeah, that was one where everybody was getting ready for a huge dunk and everything, and he just barely put it in. Took away a chance of really, slamming one down to get some momentum going.
Scott Noel not being able to make it drop, and now they need a defensive stop to the Lancers to stop this momentum for the Trappers. Girard. Bradshaw. Noel actually palming that into the way of Wolstenholme, but they got the stop. Major Jr. tripped and will be taken to the line.
And these are going to be important free throws here, and
certainly need at least one of these to drop, you'd think.
First one rattles out. Take some deep breaths, which is important here, and relax and make sure you get your legs ready to go.
Must make on this second one. And he does. He successfully does it. So 54-52. As the Trappers are going to come forward again with Trujillo. Need to make sure not to give up this defensive intensity so far. Girard. Now to Patterson. Inside Trujillo. No good. Woolstenholme. Oh, wow, what a finish that is to tie the game up. Woolstenholme does really well to finish off there. Major Junior trying to get it towards the rim and going to be out off of Woolstenholme. We have full timeout.
Yeah, full timeout by the Lancers and everything. I think Coach Ingle wants to regroup them and say, hey, we got over 4.5 minutes and everything to finish this game. We can't be losing it now by making turnovers and and lack of effort on defense.
So, Coach, just give us a little bit of an insight quickly to your volleyball girls for a second. When are you guys back into training, and what is your spring season looking like?
We get to start officially. We could start tomorrow and everything, but with the winter break and everything, we'll be starting in the gym on Monday, and we have 3 tournaments that we'll be going to during the spring. One at NJC, one at LCCC, and one going down to Colorado Mines. And like I say, we have a great group of freshmen that we're looking forward to getting into the gym to work on a few things and everything, where we really feel that the freshman group has a really good potential to be really good and everything next year. And then with the group that we have coming in, and then also we might mention that we had a freshman that graduated from high school in December that's here with us already, and she's making her presence known. She was being recruited by a large number of D1s and didn't get an offer to one of the Power Fours, so that's why she's here to try to get to that. And so we're super excited to have her on the court with us.
Exciting times for the volleyball team ahead as we get this game back on the way with Trujillo. Now to Girard. Must remind you of a tied game it is. Woolstenholme. Woolstenholme denied by Ayala. Oh, when given as a foul.
That was given by the official. That was out top where the official underneath, I thought it had a great view on it, had no call.
Well then, it's going to be Woolstenholme with his first attempt up in the air. Makes it and gives the Trappers the lead. And for those of you watching at home, I think might be wise for you to stay tuned for the last 4.5 minutes of this game, as the Trappers missed the second attempt and only go ahead by 1. So now, Major Junior's come forward for the Lancers. Major Junior handing it off to Noel. Now Major Junior again. Here's Collins going all the way to Noel. Major Junior now to Collins, making a drive, makes the 2-point attempt. Foul given against number 12, Logan Woolstenholme.
Miller's staying down though, so, well, looks like a cramp, the way how tight his calf is, so hopefully it's just a cramp.
Yeah, Tony Collins doing really well to get up there and make that 2. He's just looking at, he's just playing around with his...
Now he's holding his hand, so...
Yeah. And we'll see if this impacts his free throw here, but he did really well to finish through the contact there, and nevertheless he's going to have the and 1 attempt from the line. Drops through the hoop just about. Gives the Lancers a 2-point lead. It's a silly foul there by Major Junior.
Yeah.
I think Coach Engel will agree.
Yeah, you don't want to foul 60 feet away from the basket, especially when they're going to go shoot free throws and that.
It's going to be Mateo Trujillo. First attempt is just about good. And now to tie the game for the Trappers, Trujillo makes it happen. Tied game then at 57 apiece with 4 minutes left on the clock. Here is Major Junior. Major Junior looking for his way. Ayala. Miller Jr. snagged away by Collins. Ayala, Major Junior. And there's a coming together there by...
Again, 13 fighting through the foul.
Media timeout, and I wonder whether they're going to review this as... I think Coach Engel is going to make his case known again about that.
Yeah, again, 13 extended out, really pushed hard to get him to the ground. But this time I did not see an elbow like we had last time.
Yeah, like
it
we
was
had
more
before.
of a push, so you can definitely say that's more of a basketball move trying to fight through a screen. But definitely a great call.
But nevertheless, it is going to be 2 more free throws then for the Lancers, and I can't help but feel like that is the way that this game is just going to keep panning out. It's going to be fouls upon fouls.
Yeah, both teams are just playing physical, and like I say, it's just a matter of a team's going to make their free throws here.
Well, and so far, I mean, we don't have the exact stats with us, but I would definitely be comfortable in saying that the Lancers have been more clinical from the line. The Trappers having missed a few trips to the line already. And as we said earlier, I think if the Trappers do end up losing this, especially if it is by a small margin, they will be ruining over their misses. Nevertheless, it's going to be 2 trips to the line then for number 31, Tony Collins. Collins, with his first attempt, not good.
Oh.
And just got...
He went up to get the high fives, and both players never came out.
And just got whiffed by his own players there. So Tony Collins for his second attempt to take the lead. And he makes good of the second attempt and gives the Lancers a 1-point lead. 3 minutes 30. Trujillo. Now it is Patterson going to Girard. Wolstenholme. Girard, slight mishandle. Wolstenholme coming in with the screen. Now Girard still with it. Some really fancy work there. Patterson gets the 2-pointer to go before the buzzer. Gives the Trappers the lead with 3 minutes to go. Major Junior. Major Junior needs an option. Gets Ayala. Major Junior. Ayala inside for Collins. And it is out off of the Trappers. 8 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be Ayala to take the in-line ball, is it?
Yeah,
No.
they're talking about whether or not the ball hit the rim or not.
And they decided that it did.
And they did.
So it is going to be reset to 20 seconds for the Lancers instead of the 8 originally anticipated. Major Junior. Inside for Miller Jr. The Lancers take the lead. 60-59. Trujillo. How solid is the defensive effort going to be? Trujillo. Now to Wolstenholme. Fade away. No good. Rebound by Ayala. And if the Lancers can get points on this drive, it'll be majorly important.
Yeah, Scott Noel had great defensive and great work there.
Miller Jr. now back to Major Jr. He's looking for a timeout there called by Coach Engel. I think just to ensure that the Lancers kept hold of the ball, wouldn't make any rash decisions, and it is going to be 13 seconds when the game gets resumed with 2 minutes left total.
Yeah, and like I say, this is last 2 minutes is key, for this to try to, make sure we're taking care of the ball. Got to play some good, solid defense and be smart out there. A lot of players are starting to rack up the fouls and that, so it's real important that they start playing defense with their feet instead of with their hands.
So then, coming into the last 2 minutes of this game, we have a chance for the Lancers if they can capitalise on what has been so far some really good effort. Maybe, just maybe, the Lancers can eke out to another extra 2-point lead, or maybe even 3 points if they're feeling for it. Major Jr. making the drive, gets the 2-pointer over Trujillo. Makes it a 3-point game, and that could be important for the Lancers come the run into this game. Archibald, now Trujillo. Girard inside for Patterson.
One thing I'm going to mention is Ayaya is flying everywhere on defense right now. And I think that's going to be key because he's really causing a lot of pressure and everything, and with his size and that, hopefully that can cause some turnovers later on. But like I say, other guys have been great when he has been going for the ball, getting the help defense there. And so
it's a great finish there by Wolstenholme to make it back to a 1-point lead for the Lancers. Lancers in possession with 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Timeout charged in favour of the Northwest Trappers. And it's going to be interesting now to see how this game can pan out. If the Lancers can keep putting the points back on the board, just continuously putting on that pressure onto Northwest, they think will make good value for their lead. And I mean, so far the performance has been great, and I would normally say around about this time in the game to make a judgment of who we think player of the match is, but I think that all very much depends on what happens in this last 90 seconds of basketball.
Yeah, like I say, there's been a lot of players that put out a lot, and this here game is also one that I'm going to look at, just like last game, I tried to pick somebody that, did a great defensive effort more than the offensive, and this here could also be a game where, we got to look at the defense as well.
Scott Noel going to go for the three. No good, and Trujillo with a chance for the Trappers to come forward. And doesn't deny him the basket either.
That was just great defense, but even a better shot and everything, so he definitely earned that basket.
It is going to be a 1-point lead then for the Trappers. Major Jr. now going to Scott Noel. Bit of a dodgy pass. Major Jr. inside for Miller Jr. Scott Noel for three. Makes the shot happen. Gets the three-pointer. 65-63 with 33 left on the clock.
And either way, the Lancers and everything will have at least 3 seconds to take a shot afterwards. So,
great composure there by Scott Noel to register that he had the defender coming straight at his face just to take the extra bounce and move on.
Yeah, he definitely wanted that shot, and he was feeling it, and he was calling for the ball, for a big portion of that possession there.
Well, we were just talking about the fact that the player of the match could be decided in this next 90 seconds, and I think Mr. Scott Noel has just thrown his hat into the mix. I think they're just reviewing whether they saw it as a 3 or a 2. And there's not been any other indication to say the fact that. Oh, and why all of a sudden have we got 3 minutes 51 on the clock?
35.1.
35.1 sounds a little bit better. Here we go then. Last 30 seconds of regulation time. Trujillo gets it to Archibald. Archibald now to Patterson. Trujillo. Girard. Archibald going inside for the twos. Denied by Scott Noel. He gets the ball out off of a Scott Noel hand, and it is going to be 8 seconds left on the clock with a timeout charge to Northwest.
That one was close. It'd be interesting if they'll take a look to see if it was out on Noel or not. I think it was, but, you know, two guys fighting for the ball late in the game.
It was a great defensive effort again by Scott Noel to get that ball. And it is interesting because, I mean, I've just looked at the replay there, and it's really tough to tell. I mean, looking at it, you know, you could make a statement, I think, for either.
Right, but like I say, the referee is right there on the line.
Exactly that. He had the best view of it, and certainly from the angle that we saw, I would argue it was off of Scott Noel. It looked like it came off of his leg more than anything. So, nevertheless, it is going to be 13 seconds left on the clock. So, if you're Northwest here, do you decide to try and go big or go home? Are you going to go for the 3-pointer, try and snatch the win away from the Lancer hands, or are you just going to try and go for the 2 points and then hope for an overtime? I mean, certainly if I'm a coach, I would probably be urging on the side of the 2-pointer.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is your first open shot you want to take and everything. You know, do not force it and everything until it's like 2 seconds left. Until then, looking for the first open shot.
Well, for the Trappers then, this has to go. They're going to go for the 3. Archibald. And he got the foul. Miller Jr. has been given a foul.
He did not like that. He's determined that he did not foul him.
Interesting. So this could be a really interesting end to this game. Archibald, for his first attempt, gets it.
Yeah, the Lancers will have a little over 10.5 seconds to, you know, go down with either.
Archibald, second attempt, makes it, ties the game up, and he has this third and final attempt, which will. And it's going to be a timeout called for the Lancers. Coach Engel.
Yeah, big free throw and everything. If it get him a chance to take the lead again, it's only going to be at 1 point. So the Lancers just have to find an open shot. You know, they have 10 seconds to get the ball down and find an open shot. One person that's has a hot hand right now that's going to want that ball is Scott Noel. That's for sure. So I have a feeling that their Trappers are talking about right now, make sure he does not touch the ball.
Well, I think in this case for the Lancers, I mean, if they do end up, you know, with that 1 point, if they end up making that extra free throw, it is going to be a matter of get it up the other side of the court and just hope and pray that the ball ends up finding its way through the hoop.
Yeah, and it's also important to look at and everything. The Trappers have 1 timeout, and the Lancers are out of timeouts now with this 10 seconds. So the Lancers will have to play with this. You know, if they get the rebound, they're not able to take that timeout to try to move the ball up without the clock running. So
then, Archibald, the one that has been labelled the shooter from the bench all game long. Archibald on his third and final attempt. Doesn't make it. Miller Jr. Now it's going to be out the other end of the court. Surely, Scott Noel looking for a way through. Finds Ayala. Now Major Jr.
He has to put that up. We got overtime.
It is going to be an overtime game. Interesting there that Major Jr. tried to go for it himself. he wasn't in the position to take that on, really. His back was to the rim. He tried to get the shot off. I would have thought handing that off would have been slightly better. And, you know, he had Scott Noel probably, I think, pretty much directly.
Yeah, right behind him. That was yelling for the
behind
ball.
him.
But, like, at the same time, in Major's defense, you could tell he lost control of the ball, and he was just trying to tip it up there to try to get anything up towards the basket at that point in time.
Yeah. Well. Overtime it will be. We're going to have an extra 5 minutes to find out the winner of this game. I mean, certainly so far it's been a really fun one to watch. It has been exhilarating from point A to point B, and we are going to see what happens here in this overtime. I mean, certainly in the times where I've watched games here go to overtime, I think one of them fell in our favour and one of them did not. And we're talking, this was last year. I think the first one that I watched was against WNCC. Ended up making a win against that WNCC out of that. I remember Alan Nziza was the one to tie the game up with, actually in much similar fashion to that one. Got fouled from 3-point range, had 3 attempts, needed to make all 3 of them and did. That was very fun game to watch indeed. But nevertheless, we are going to be here and we are going to be watching Ayala versus Girard going up for this jump ball. Girard wins that particular one. Girard now goes off to Wolstenholme. Trujillo, Girard, Patterson making a drive, no good. Ayala doing really well there. Ayala faking the 3. Nearly a really good layup, but Miller Jr. also couldn't quite get it to go. Still a tied game then. Girard. Archibald. Oh, he was looking at it for a minute. It looked like he wanted to fire away. Girard going to Wolstenholme.
Oh, he's got a big mismatch there with Major on him.
Trujillo going for a deep 3. No good. Rebounded by Scott Noel. Now Major Jr. to come forward for the Lancers. Miller Jr. Oh, just getting the stop was number 12 of Wolstenholme. Trujillo fouled by Ayala. You have the and 1 attempt. As it is 65-67. And I could hear that from a mile away. Trujillo up for the Trappers. No good on that and 1 attempt. Ayala going to come away from it and maybe, just maybe, a sigh of relief for the Lancers. Ayala. Major Jr. Back to Ayala. Need a score. Major Jr. Scott Noel for 3. Makes the 3. Takes the lead for the Lancers. By 1. 3.5 minutes. Archibald. Now Trujillo. Patterson losing his marker. No good on the attempt. Needs the rebound. Scott Noel gets it.
Scott Noel has really done a great job of taking over the game here at this end.
And the foul given against the Trappers here. Given against number 20, Archibald. A real chance for Miller Jr. then to take this game to a 3-point lead for the Lancers with 3 minutes left on the clock. Only a handful of possessions left for each team. Miller Jr. sinks the first, makes it a 2-point game, gives the benefit of the doubt to the Lancers here, gives a little bit of breathing room. Archibald being taken out of the game in favour of number 24, Bradshaw. Miller Jr. sinks the second one, makes it a 3-point game, makes it very interesting indeed. Trujillo goes for the three, is short. Noel gets the rebound, and that could be really important if the Lancers go up the other end and make some points on this latest drive.
Yeah, to me it was interesting that Bradshaw being taken out because he seems to be their big shooter and everything. And Noel shot in and out, unfortunately, for the Lancers, but Trappers live a sigh of relief.
Majorly close there, as Girard does really well to finish 70-69. Miller Jr. looking for his option. He needs an option. Swings it to Scott Noel from the... it hits the top of the scoreboard, backboard rather, not scoreboard. And it's going to go out to Collins. 10 seconds left on the clock for the Lancers. Inside for Miller Jr. and one for the Lancers. 72-69.
This here free throw can be huge here.
Taking it to a 2-possession game would be massive.
Oh, they're talking, the officials.
They're talking, they're getting the ball, I think, more than anything. One shot. Miller Jr. Gets it off the backboard. And I think everyone's heart was in their mouth for a second there. So for the Trappers, they have a 2-possession game to deal with. And
they called a foul when
Coach
slipped.
Engel is really telling Major Jr. to calm down because he really doesn't want a technical now.
Yeah, a technical foul could be huge at this point in time. I know that was the 4th foul on Major, and you hate to see him get it when, from our angle, it looked like he truly slipped.
It looked like his feet was always going out from underneath him. So Trujillo then, 2 attempts at the line. First one drops. Yeah, it did always look like, and it's playing back now on the monitor that we have here, and it always was looking like his feet were slipping underneath him. But he makes the 2 free throw attempts, makes it a 1-possession game again. Important for the Lancers just to try and get some points back on the board.
Yeah. Right now it's time the Lancers will be happy to just trade points and everything, but it's real important that if they score, Lancers need to come back and score.
Oh, and given away by Miller Jr. Bradshaw then, the one to bring it forward for the Trappers. Trujillo, 3-pointer takes the lead for the Trappers. Girard, no good. Rebounded by Wolstenholme. Tied game. Very, very close affair this is. Noel. Now Major Jr. Collins for 3. No good. Rebounded by Girard. Girard making a run for it. Girard.
Forcing it,
not making it go. Major Jr. Good defensive stop there by the Lancers. Major Jr. for the 2. Makes it go!
1 minute left in the game. Lancers take the lead by 2.
Trujillo. Wolstenholme. Back to Trujillo. Punched away by Major Jr. And Bradshaw stopped by Miller Jr. And it is going to be allowed to ball going the other way. 40 seconds left on the clock. 2-point lead. They're trying to call for goaltending, I think, on the Trapper bench. But the thing is that ball never got over the rim. That never got over the rim. It was only ever halfway, and that's exactly where Miller Jr. stopped it. That could be a huge stop from Miller Jr. if this game gets taken to a 2-possession lead.
This is a time frame where the best free throw shooters need to hold on to the ball. I'd be real surprised. Like I say, they're going to try to take the shot that was late in the thing. One made shot here would pretty much seal the game.
They're going to go. It's going to be Scott Noel.
Oh.
Short. Collins rebounds and gets the 2! It is 4-point lead with 11 seconds left.
Coach Ingo's yelling, don't foul, don't foul.
And now it's a foul on the Lancers. What a way that the Lancers have played this overtime. Some real level heads for the Lancers. 6 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, chance to go up by 6 points here, and
that would require 2 3-pointers in 6 seconds,
yeah.
which is not looking awfully likely for the Trappers.
Yeah.
Collins. First one, short.
Oh. That's what you wanted on the second shot. You wanted him to make the first shot and do that on the second shot, so they have to get the ball down the court.
Collins, for his second attempt, makes it. 78 to 73. Girard goes for the 3, no good, rebounded. It is a win for the Lancers, and a fantastic win at that. A win in overtime. And a celebratory dunk by Isaiah Ayala. Wow, what a game that was. And you're going to have to give us a moment up here in the commentary booth to regain our breath before we give you this full-time show. And Coach George Hamilton, I really appreciate you being up here tonight with me. Thank you for the commentary and thank you for your time.
All right, no pressure. It's my pleasure and everything. And like I say, I got to give the credit to the boys. They came out and played hard. Remember, and like I said at the beginning of before the game started, this was a big game that I thought they had a chance to win with them getting healthy, and they, like I say, pulled it out here or at the end and everything. And excited for them and everything. Now it's important that they take this momentum and try to really make a run.
Well, stay tuned for our post-match show. And we are hopefully going to try and get Coach Bill Engel up here for some insight, especially on that game. And, wow, and the nail-biter and adrenaline rush that I think everyone would appreciate. So stay tuned and join us just after this advert break.
Charging into your future as a Lancer is about meaningful relationships, learning at the crossroads of history and innovation, championing one another's success, and empowering every student to achieve their dreams. We are a community that knows one another by name, offers the quality education needed to get the most out of life, and the friendships that support us throughout the journey. We hold tight to a legacy of pioneering, knowing that by honoring our values, we can charge into our futures together and become the purpose-minded people that change the world. Becoming a Lancer is about more than academics. It's about discovering your passion and feeling at home.
Hi, my name is Bowden Lilliedall. I'm a sophomore at Eastern Wyoming College, majoring in pre-health sciences. I want to invite you to Eastern Wyoming College for your continued education. We have small class sizes, a family-friendly environment, and we are affordable while offering many scholarships. The EWC offers so many program and career certificates, so we're sure there's something for you. Check us out online at ewc.wyo.edu or call us at 307-532-8230. Charge into your future with us at Eastern Wyoming College. Lancer up!
Wyoming, where hard-working hands build incredible things.
Built this thing from the ground up out of nothing. Gave it everything. Now look at what it's given back.
We know you put your heart into your business because that's what Wyomingites do. As a local bank, we put our hearts into helping you because we're not just a bank in Wyoming. We're Wyoming in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be.
Hi, my name is Bowden Lilliedall. I'm a sophomore at Eastern Wyoming College, majoring in pre-health sciences. I want to invite you to Eastern Wyoming College for your continued education. We have small class sizes, a family-friendly environment, and we are affordable while offering many scholarships. EWC offers so many program and career certificates, so we're sure there's something for you. Check us out online at ewc.wyo.edu or call us at 307-532-8230. Charge into your future with us at Eastern Wyoming College. Lancer out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-game show, and we are here with head coach Bill Engel. Coach, hell of a game. What do you make of it?
You know, it's kind of what we expected, you know, playing at home, and we had a couple really good days of practice, had some come-to-Jesus meetings with our guys, and our guys were, you know, really, really responsive to what's going on, and obviously it's been a tough year. We haven't won many games, and there's been some frustrations along the way for all of us, and, you know, I think our guys the last 2 days just understood that you got to put all that behind you. You know, whatever's gone right, what's gone wrong, lost some close games, and, you know, who are we, you know, who are you, and who do you want to become? And, you know, a couple tough practices in there, and, you know, guys getting a little physical, getting a little chippy, and, you know, you're playing at home, and our guys don't want to get embarrassed, and they want to play well in front of a home crowd, and, you know, in front of the women's team, in front of the volleyball team, in front of our administration. I think that's all really important to our guys. They're really a tight-knit group. You know, here at EWC, you got, you know, everybody just pulls for everybody else, and it's one of those things they just don't want to let people down, and I think we really saw that tonight, and that was really good.
And it was one of the things that I think from the off that we said up here in the commentary booth was that the guys looked like they carried more confidence tonight. It's certainly the last two home games, they've looked like they've carried a hell of a lot more confidence. They've carried forwards a lot better as a team. So kind of what things have you been really working on during practices to really kind of bring them together?
You know, a little bit of it was just competing in practice, you know, whether it was 3-on-3 or 5-on-5, that, you know, we're really competing, getting after it. I mean, if you lose, you run. If you lose, you've got push-ups, you know, whatever it was. And then, you know, just the confidence as a team to, you know, depend on your teammate. Like, you can depend on Tony to rebound. You can depend on Scott to rebound. You know, you trust somebody to make the extra pass. And, you know, those are just the little things that we've been working on in practice. Probably the same thing as every coach, but, you know, again, it's not what we teach, it's what we emphasize. And, you know, well, those are the things that need to be emphasized right now.
And some of the things that went well tonight, obviously, were the ball movement was great. I mean, everyone was working much better as a team. But one of the things that we've always kind of come back to is clutch moments. And that tonight was very much a clutch moment. And, you know, how easy is it for a team when you go to overtime to go, okay, we've got another 5 minutes of real grit here to, you know, to really push through and to churn through. But how difficult then is it to try and get your team together to then go, you know what, no, we are going to just keep absolutely pounding the hammer on the nail. We're just going to keep going at it. You know, and certainly with Trappers, they kept pushing you back and they kept challenging you to kind of go on, do it again. But countless times, you know, the likes of Scott Noel, the likes of Tony Collins, just constantly making that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. And those guys did it. You know, I thought Jamarian, we played really well. Lorenzo played really well. Tony, Scott, Isaiah, you know, all these guys played really well, but they played really well together. And, you know, Northwest is a really good team. You know, Tu is a really good point guard. He handles himself well. He gets to the free throw line, and when they needed something, that's where they were going to go with it. And, you know, at the end of it, it just came down to, can we make a couple shots, and can we get some stops and a rebound? And, you know, at end of regulation, we thought we did a pretty good job. There was a, you know, questionable foul call in the corner, which I couldn't see, so I have no idea. It was a good call, bad call. But, you know, we got lucky. He missed a free throw and got us to overtime, and I think our guys were in good headspace getting to overtime. But you're right, sometimes you get to overtime and you don't know where your headspace is. Like, you know, sometimes you're like, man, I don't want this to go to overtime. We need to win in regulation. But it had a different feeling tonight. It felt like, go to overtime, we're good. Let's just keep moving forward. So.
Yeah, and certainly one of the guys that I really want to emphasise was Lothario. I think he had a fantastic game in many ways. I mean, from the dunk over a 6'9" forward to, you know, absolute clutch moments when it needed to be made. Some really good defensive showing from him as well. Just kind of give us your insight on his performance.
You know, LJ's just a great kid. You know, he plays really hard. He's obviously super athletic. He's in the gym a lot. He's really worked out on his game since last year. And, you know, I think it's his IQ of the game has just improved so much. And, you know, his unselfishness, his willing to pass the ball. And right now, one of the things that goes unseen with him is, you know, not only his ability to change shots like he did at the end of the game, and he blocked one there at the end of the game, and he got a big rebound, but his willingness to be a screener, you know, his willingness just to make the next pass. And, you know, that's something where we've really seen his growth as a person. So, yeah, I couldn't say enough good things about him tonight.
And final question, one of the main words that has popped into my mind is turning point. And right now, you know, you're now 2-4 in the conference. 2 really solid home performances in the last 2, you know, appearances at home. Where does it go from here?
You know, you just got to keep moving forward. You know, we always like to think, man, we just turned a corner, or, you know, something like that. And that's just not true. You know, we probably never turn a corner in life, never turn a corner in athletics. You know, it's not as if you're going to go out and, you know, hit your driver 6 times great and just think, oh, I've turned a corner, I'll never miss again, never slice, never hook, nothing. But we all know that's not how it works. It's all about just the next day, the next play, the next swing, in this case, the next practice. So, you know, we try not to get too far ahead of ourselves and just understand where we're at, and that we need to keep working hard if we're going to be good. And, you know, 2-4 in the conference is a good place for us to be. It's going to start moving us up for sure, and start giving us a chance to get ourselves, you know, in the middle to the upper third, hopefully by the end of the conference season.
Well, Coach, hell of a win, as I said earlier, and thank you for your time. Really appreciate it. And, again, great win.
Absolutely. I appreciate your time, Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie.
So that was Coach Bill Engel then of the men's basketball team here at Eastern Wyoming College. And wow, what a game. You know, those of you that are still tuned in, it was one hell of a game to tune into. An overtime win for the Lancers and 2 back-to-back wins. And, I mean, certainly during my time here, I'm not sure I've ever been able to say back-to-back home wins for the Lancers. But nevertheless, they have got it. They are now to 2-4 in the conference season, which, again, as Coach kind of adhered to, it is not exactly where they would ideally want it to be, but considering where they were, it's a definite step in the right direction. For Coach Larson, it's going to be back to the drawing board for his Lady Lancers after their loss to Northwest tonight, but for Coach Engel's men's basketball team, it is going to be some celebrations tonight in the dorm rooms, and I imagine maybe a celebratory pizza or 2. But nevertheless, that is going to be all from us here tonight at EWC. Thank you very much for tuning in. I've been Jamie Lambert, and it has been an absolute honour to bring you this fantastic game. See you very soon.